Good morning. The colleagues, Senate, and Central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience. The first hearing of the 36th legislatures of the Virgin Islands Committee on Rules and Judiciary for Thursday, February 27th, 2025 is hereby called to order. Before we move to roll call, I wanted to take a few minutes to give our public some of the responsibilities of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary serves as the clearinghouse for all legislation/bills heard and vetted as well as approved in other legislative committees before moving on to the full body in legislative session for final vote. Once a legislation or bill is approved in the committee, it is then sent to the governor for consideration, and the governor can either veto the bill or sign the bill into law. The committee also has oversight over the Judicial Branch, election system, just to name a few. Also, the committee vets the governor's nominees for offices, which requires confirmation by the legislature. This is a good time to remind everyone that February is American Heart Month. It is an opportunity to increase public awareness of the risk of heart disease and the necessity of recognizing and treating heart-related issues. According to the CDC, in the United States, heart disease is the leading cause of death for men, women, and people across most racial and ethnic groups. In 2022, 1 in every 5 deaths in the United States was caused by heart disease. High blood pressure is alarmingly prevalent, being a leading cause of heart disease. Nearly half of the U.S. adults, a significant portion of the population, have high blood pressure, which puts them at risk for heart disease and stroke. And shockingly, just 1 in 4 people with high blood pressure has it under control. Regular checkups and discussions with your healthcare provider or team are essential to help you keep your blood pressure in a healthy range. A proactive approach can significantly lower risk for heart disease and stroke. Virgin Islands, let us be proactive in lowering the risk of heart disease and stroke in our community. Finally, February is Black History Month. As we celebrate Black History Month, I would like to take this time to recognize the life and legacy of a great man who did a significant amount of good for our country to bring about justice and equality. The late Supreme Court of the United States of America Associate Justice, the Honorable Thurgood Marshall. The late Associate Justice Marshall was the first Black person appointed to the U.S. Supreme Court. He was a civil rights crusader and pioneering attorney. He received widespread praise prior to his selection for his work with the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, also known as NAACP, especially for his role in the historic Brown versus the Board of Education case, which resulted in the desegregation of American public schools. Nationally, movement is afoot to dismantle our Department of Education system, as well as terminate without cause many of our federal workers. Our democracy and Constitution are being tested, and the third branch of government, the Judicial Branch, is playing a vital role in holding to the truths of law and the Constitution of the United States of America to achieve justice for all. This morning, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary will receive testimony from the Administrator of the Courts for the Judicial Branch relative to its operation and challenges it is experiencing. During our afternoon hearing, the committee will vet 2 of the governor's nominees. The first nominee is Dr. Safiya George to be a member of the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation, District Governing Board of St. Thomas and St. John. The second nominee is Anthony Mardenborough to be a member of the Board of Career and Technical Education. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Collard. Senator.
Please recognize the mic of the clerk.
Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Gittins is you.
Here.
Senator Gittins, present. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Present.
Senator Boquez Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Clifford A. Joseph. Senator
Wait.
Present.
Senator Joseph. Senator Clifford Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, you have 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondences?
Yes, we do, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed with reading those correspondences into the record.
The Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Legislative Secretary, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. February 27, 2025, the Honorable Carla Joseph, Senator of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee on Rules and Judiciary, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, Post Office, Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00801. Dear Senator Joseph, please be advised that due to a scheduling conflict, I will be tardy to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting scheduled for Thursday, February 27, 2025. Please ensure that I receive all the information provided in today's meeting if it is not accessible on the legislative drive. Furthermore, I note the importance of this meeting and regret my tardiness. I ask to be recorded and excused. Thank you in advance, and I wish you a very productive hearing. Regards, Senator Avery L. Lewis of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690. February 27, 2025, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, 36th Legislature, Chairwoman and Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Greetings, Senator Joseph. Please note for the records, I will be tardy to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, scheduled for 10 a.m. on Thursday, February 27, 2025, in the R.B. Otley Legislative Hall, due to a previously scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger of the 36th Legislature, Member on Committee of Rules and Judiciary. This ends the reading of the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Please note that both individuals are absent, and when they appear in the chambers, we will definitely recognize their presence. Kindly proceed, Madam Clerk, with reading the first block of today's agenda into the record.
Block 1. The committee will receive testimony Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. The committee will receive testimony on the operations of the Judiciary Branch of the Virgin Islands, including but not limited to enabling law and jurisdiction, current department challenges, and plan of action to resolve challenges. Invited testifier, Ms. Regina deChabert Petersen, Administrator of Courts, Judiciary Branch of the Virgin Islands. This ends the reading of Block 1, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk, for reading that first block. The committee is going to stand in recess for 2 minutes. And the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Now, this morning, I understand from our archivists that this is a very historic day, especially for the Judicial Branch, that this is the first time the Judicial Branch has come before the legislature to provide an update outside of its testimony when it's defending its budget. So I am excited for one. So I would like to first, of course, welcome Ms. Regina deChabert Petersen to the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall. And we just want to make sure that everybody's mic is checked and operating. And then we can proceed with getting introductions from your staff and then proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Regina deChabert Petersen, Administrator of Courts.
Good morning, Paul L. Jimenez, General Counsel for the Judicial Branch.
Good morning, Paulette Rapsat-Simmons, Chief Financial Officer.
And I note we have two other staff members from the Judicial Branch in the Fritz Louis Conference Room in St. Croix. Kindly proceed with identifying yourselves.
Good morning. Miguel Tricoci, Assistant Administrator of Courts.
Good morning. Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court.
And thank you all for being here and for being here on time. I really appreciate it. Ms. deChabert Petersen, kindly proceed with reading your testimony as submitted into the record.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Joseph, Honorable Vice Chair Gittens, Honorable members of the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary, Honorable members of the 36th Legislature present, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I am Regina deChabert Petersen, Administrator of Courts and Head of the Judicial Branch Administrative Office, with primary responsibility over the day-to-day internal non-judicial operations of the branch, including assisting the Chief Justice in the preparation and publishing of the annual report of the Judiciary, as well as the preparation of the Judiciary's annual budget request as outlined in Act 7888. Appearing with me today are the following members of the Judicial Branch Administrative Team: Miguel Tricoci, Assistant Administrator of Courts, Paulette Rapsat-Simmons, Chief Financial Officer, and Paul Jimenez, General Counsel. Also present is the Clerk of the Superior Court, Tamara Charles, whom I work closely with on court statistics. As this body should be aware, pursuant to 4 VIC Section 31D4, the Judiciary publishes an annual report on the U.S. Virgin Islands court and judiciary system and submits that report along with the annual budget requests to the Senate President and the Governor by May 30th of each year. Case statistics for every type of case processed in the courts of the Virgin Islands for every fiscal year are reported in the annual report. All such reports dating back to 2008 to the 2008 report can be found on the Judiciary's website at www.vicourts.org. Consistent with the statutory deadline, we are actively engaged in data validation for the upcoming publication of the FY24 annual report. Consequently, the numbers presented herein are preliminary and subject to change. It is also important to note that the State of the Judiciary, or SOJ for short, which serves as the preamble to the annual report, details the challenges, forecasts funding as well as legislative needs, and proposes action plans for the upcoming year. Accordingly, some of what was presented in last year's SOJ will be included here as well. Organization and background. As requested, I will provide a brief overview of the Judiciary, operations to date, and jurisdiction. The Judiciary is comprised of an appellate court and trial court. Appellate jurisdiction rests with the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands pursuant to Section 23AD of the Revised Organic Act of 1954 and 4 VIC Section 32A. The Supreme Court consists of a Chief Justice and up to 4 Associate Justices. Currently, there are 4 justices, despite the expansion from 3 justices to 5 authorized by Act 7888 in 2016. However, for the first 17 years of operations, just 3 justices sat on the Supreme Court, with its 4th member appointed in 2024. As the highest court in the territory of the United States Virgin Islands, the justices sit in panels of 3 and en banc as needed. As of September 30th, 2024, the court had a pending caseload of 91 appeals. The cases generally include appeals from final judgments and certain interlocutory orders of the Superior Court and original proceedings filed directly with the Supreme Court, such as petitions for mandamus and habeas corpus. The court is also responsible for regulating the practice of law in the Virgin Islands. The Superior Court is headed by a presiding judge who is assisted by an administrative judge selected from the opposite district by the presiding judge. It is the court of first impression in the Virgin Islands Judiciary, otherwise referred to as the trial court. The Superior Court of the Virgin Islands consists of 10 judges and 4 magistrate judges, divided equally between the 2 judicial districts, the District of St. Thomas and St. John and the District of St. Croix. As of September 30th, 2024, the Superior Court had a total pending caseload of 11,666 cases, which will be discussed in more detail later in this testimony and supported by statistical reports included as Attachment A. The judges and justices are appointed by the governor with the advice and consent of the legislature. Justices are appointed for 10-year terms, and judges are appointed for 6-year terms. Magistrate judges are appointed by the presiding judge from the recommendations of a magistrate selection panel with the approval of a majority of the other judges for a term of 4 years. The Superior Court has broad jurisdiction in addressing the legal needs of the Virgin Islands community, with original jurisdiction to preside over all local civil, criminal, family, probate, landlord-tenant, small claims, and traffic disputes. It also acts as a court of appeals for decisions of all governmental officers and agencies, and decisions of magistrate judges. Pursuant to 4 VIC Section 4A, the Chief Justice serves not only as the administrative head of the Judicial Branch of the Virgin Islands, but also as head of the Supreme Court, which is the administrative policy-making body of the branch. Following the administrative unification of the branch under Act Number 7888, the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands promptly established the Judicial Branch Administrative Office, headed by an Administrator of Courts, and the Judicial Management Advisory Council, called JMAC, authorized by 4 VIC Section 4B and 5 respectively, to provide guidance and advice to the Chief Justice, the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, the presiding judge, the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, the Administrator of Courts, and the Judicial Branch Administrative Office on the operations and business of the judiciary. The Council meets monthly to discuss the business of the courts, and the Supreme Court also established the Advisory Committee on Rules, comprised of judges and attorneys in our community. The work of this collaborative committee has resulted in promulgations of the Virgin Islands rules of criminal procedure, civil procedure, evidence, family, probate, small claims, traffic, and habeas corpus. The JMAC has commissioned task forces and special committees to study and make recommendations for the structure of the administrative office, complex litigation, pandemic operations, indigent defense, and numerous other practice reforms, all focusing on improving the administration of justice. One of the biggest achievements by far has been the successful implementation of a modern enterprise case management system, or CMS, and a public portal, which occurred in 2020, introducing electronic filing at the Superior Court for the first time. This was the first of many critical steps to yield data-driven operations and to protect our ability to have supporting technology for the next 5 to 6 years. We secured ARPA funding to move our CMS application from version 3.4 to version 4.5, the latest supported version of the application. Moving the application several versions at once has presented its own set of challenges, and we are still navigating those challenges, including integrations with the Bureau of Motor Vehicle and the e-citation project, and configuring new and more robust reports. Preliminarily for FY24, excluding applications for marriage licenses, 11,902 matters were filed in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands, while 10,923 matters were disposed, for an annual case clearance rate of 92%. Across all case types, filings reached an all-time high in 2023, while the dispositions stayed on trend, increasing year after year from fiscal year 2022. The priority on criminal jury trials post-pandemic has resulted in significant progress on criminal case backlogs overall, with the highest number of criminal dispositions coming in fiscal year 24 with 839 dispositions and only 443 new criminal cases filed for a clearance of 189%. The most significant backlogs have existed in civil cases. Effective October 1st, 2018, the Judiciary established a complex litigation division with a designated complex litigation judge, and by 2021 had also paired the division with a judicial adjunct in the form of a staff master to assist with active complex case management. In the ensuing years, and as of September 30th, 2024, the complex litigation has disposed of more than 3,000 mass tort and/or toxic tort cases, and would have disposed of many more had it not experienced a judicial vacancy in April of 2020. The division did not receive a permanently assigned judge until January of 2021 during the height of the global pandemic. With the exception of the impact of natural disasters and the pandemic on operations of the branch, judicial vacancies are perhaps the greatest contributing factor to case backlogs. Despite the priority on criminal jury trials, complex litigation is now fully operational, and while it has cases which date back to 1991 that are subject to bankruptcy stays, it has recently closed an additional 400 cases. Significant progress is also being made with regard to other pending civil, jury, and non-jury matters. In fiscal year 24, 1,015 new cases were filed and 1,395 cases were disposed for a clearance rate of 137%. Taking the average of filings to disposition, given both the peaks and valleys, the judiciary is well poised to continue to reduce civil case backlogs. In May of last year, we invited the Attorney General's office to be a part of a team attending a summit on effective criminal case backlog management in a post-pandemic world, which was held in South Carolina. That team was comprised of the presiding judge, the Chief Justice, the clerk of the Superior Court, myself, and one criminal chief of the AG's office, although the invitation was extended to both. We learned in that assessment that as a jurisdiction, while we are compliant in several areas, such as leadership committed to case flow management, judicial and staff training on case flow management, use of scheduling orders to introduce trial date certainty, adoption of differentiated case management schedules, evaluating case processing guidelines for adoption, actively triaging caseloads, and cleaning our data, we nonetheless need to push the needle to commitment with regard to adopting a more defined continuance policy within the rules, developing strategies for case tracking, and being able to conduct deeper dives into our data. This model is applicable to all case types, and I have been actively engaged in discussions with the National Center for State Courts regarding a case flow management study for the Virgin Islands Judiciary. Our case clearance rates are generally good, but to effectively resolve backlogs, we require additional staffing and funding. Specifically, we are evaluating our data to determine the need and allocation of specialized positions, such as dedicated docket clerks and case managers, which have been implemented in other jurisdictions as a best practice. Fiscal concerns. Since the administrative unification in 2016 and following the 2017 hurricanes, the judiciary painstakingly worked to realign and streamline what was historically two separate budgets presented at the same hearing into a single submission representing not only the critical needs of our court system, but what we could reasonably accomplish within the year. For the first 5 years of the most transformative change the judicial branch experienced since the establishment of the Supreme Court in 2006, the judicial branch's funding was stagnant at $35.2 million per year, at an average of $7.3 million below the annual request for those already challenging developmental years. During this period, the judiciary also continued to fund recovery projects from the 2017 storms and the implementation of a modern enterprise case management system for both courts within that same budget ceiling. In fact, the only significant increase in funding to the judiciary in that 5-year period came in May of 2019, with the award of $2.9 million of CARES Act funding, which was utilized to support the technological modernization of 15 courtrooms and introduced remote hearing capability for the first time in the Superior Court. $2.4 million was spent on courtroom technology upgrades, and the remainder of the funds were spent on COVID safety protocols throughout the branch. Technology advancements and staff dedication to embracing a lot of technological change in a very short period of time allowed us to adapt quickly, resume operations, and importantly, chart a course towards normal operations and the resumption of in-person jury trials. Regarding other funding opportunities, as early as November of 2022, Chief Justice Hodge wrote to Governor Bryan requesting nearly $9.7 million in state and local fiscal recovery funding for the judiciary to improve court operation and reduce case backlogs following the global pandemic. Included in that request were additional technology upgrades, establishing a digital court reporter program to mitigate challenges of a national shortage of stenographic reporters, establishing an Office of Conflict Counsel to fill the gap for indigent defense to provide certainty of availability and timely appointment of counsel to criminal trials, assistance in funding for senior sitting judge covering caseloads during judicial vacancies and assignments to reduce probate backlogs, among other activities, and additional positions identified to reduce case processing backlogs. The judiciary was ultimately awarded $5 million in October of 2023, and as of December 31st, 2024, met the obligation deadlines for 99.5% of the funding awarded. I would like to take this opportunity to publicly thank OMB Director Julio Reimer and his staff for working seamlessly with my office to obligate the funding and granting the extension for expenditure through December 31st, 2026. I would also like to thank the 35th Legislature for the passage of Bill number 350336 and the Governor for signing Act number 8960, establishing the Office of Conflict Counsel with the initial appropriation of $500,000, and advise that the FY26 budget submission will be the third and perhaps most critical submission by the judiciary of a budget for OCC, which is currently only funded through December 31st of 2026. The office currently has 2 offices, one in each district, and is presently staffed by 3 attorneys, 2 in St. Croix and 1 in St. Thomas, a legal admin staff in each district, and 1 investigator. Other hires are pending the release of appropriation since the grant is fully obligated. Since commencing full operations in June, OCC has been appointed to 93 cases, has concluded 23 matters, and is currently managing 70 active cases. With regard to fiscal year 25 operations, OMB has issued allotment release letters to the judiciary through February of 2025, totaling $17.1 million. In addition to payroll processing, the Department of Finance also processes the judiciary's operating draw requests. The judiciary has requested $6.4 million in cash draws for fiscal year 25 and received $4.3 million to date for day-to-day operations. The judiciary has also not received the final draw of approximately $287,735 for fiscal year 24, pending the final posting of payroll accruals by the Department of Finance for cycles 1 and 2. It goes without saying that it is extremely difficult and frustrating to be held to monthly allotments, i.e., managing cash on a monthly basis, with delayed disbursements that frustrate operations and impede our ability to fund critical projects. The Judicial Branch Administrative Office also continues to manage approximately $3.1 million in FEMA recovery grants for the Vern A. Hodge Senior Superior Court Building and the R.H. Amphlett Leader Justice Complex. The judiciary submitted an amendment request for both projects, potentially increasing the St. Croix project obligation from $1.6 to $5.6 million if approved, and a project scope change request for the St. Thomas project, potentially increasing that obligation from $1.5 to $3.2 million if approved. Over the past several fiscal years, the judiciary has requested funding to cover phased recovery projects, which to date have been executed on a purely reimbursement basis. In fiscal year 24, we requested $1.5 million to augment the encumbrance for architectural and other work in contemplation of the commencement of Phase 2 repair and enclosure of the RHA courthouse on St. Croix. In fiscal year 25, our capital budget included a $4.5 million request for the completion of Phase 2, which is currently delayed by approximately 60 days as we await the issuance of the Federal Consistency Determination Decision Letter. The current extension on that FEMA project runs through December 31st of 2025. As a reminder, the project involves not just the replacement of the roof, but covering the courtyard, erecting a storefront enclosure, and the redesign, reallocation of interior space to better accommodate growing court responsibilities within the existing footprint of the courthouse. In addition to increasing interior usable space, The courtyard enclosure is intended to mitigate future flood damage to courtrooms and offices as experienced in 2017 when the courtyard became overrun with debris. The storefront entryway will provide added security and remove the need for after-hour and overnight security posts at the facility for an annual cost savings of approximately $110,000 per year. However, delays attributed to the FCD process and the issuance of a formal decision notice guarantee that this project will continue to be phased and funded across fiscal years. As such, and with the 3.3 reduction in our appropriation for FY25, we will once again include the $4.5 million capital expenditure in our FY26 request for the R.H. Amphlett Leader Courthouse. It is evident that there are limits to what the judicial branch can do on its own. As Alexander Hamilton posited in Federalist Paper 78, the judiciary has neither influence over either the sword or the purse. We cannot stand against or rise above certain challenges without the support of our sister branches of government. And yet, we are constantly called upon and often legislated to do more, but with less. We nonetheless endeavor to be good stewards of all funding received by yielding the greatest potential for the branch and the public despite obvious constraints. We are constantly examining current operations and looking for better ways to manage existing resources when the prospect of new resources simply doesn't exist. It is within this context that I will leave you with at least one initiative to consider in support of continuity of operations in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands in the event of prolonged judicial vacancies. And I've enclosed draft legislation with my testimony. Only judges can exercise judicial power. And without a sufficient number of judges, it is not possible to meet standards for case resolution and reduce backlogs. The judicial branch cannot simply reallocate appropriated funds to make additional hires. We must wait for the governor to nominate an individual and for the legislature to then provide its advice and consent to confirm the process. Superior Court judges serve a 6-year term, and the pertinent provisions of the Virgin Islands Code clearly contemplate that the governor and the legislature will either reappoint an incumbent judge or select a new judge before the end of an incumbent's 6-year term. When this doesn't happen, Title IV, Section 72A of the Virgin Islands Code provides a grace period in which an incumbent judge whose term has expired can continue to hear cases up until conclusion of the confirmation process or the passage of 180 days, whichever is earlier. Untimely nominations and confirmations over the last 18 years have consistently threatened the continuity of case flow management within the judicial branch. And for 49 years, the judicial branch possessed the authority to appoint a senior sitting judge to take over a docket. A senior sitting judge is a former judicial officer who has not resumed the private practice of law and who is compensated on a per diem basis to hear cases temporarily in the Superior Court as needed. Senior sitting judges are appointed by the Chief Justice at the request of the presiding judge and serve at will without any expectation of continued employment. The judicial branch has utilized senior sitting judges for 3 distinct purposes. 1, to temporarily oversee the docket when one of 10 authorized Superior Court judgeships or 4 authorized magistrate judgeships is vacant due to the incumbent's elevation, death, resignation, retirement, or term expiration. 2, to combat case backlogs and other delays by hearing a defined class of cases to permit active judges and magistrate judges time to concentrate on complicated multi-issue, time-consuming cases. And 3, to hear a specific case when every active judicial officer qualified to hear the case has recused due to an ethical or other conflict. In fiscal year 2023, the 6-year terms of then judges Harold W. L. Willocks, Jomo Meade, and Renee Gums-Cardy had expired, including the 180-day grace period provided for in 4 VIC Section 72A, and without the governor renominating the incumbent or nominating a successor. Without the ability to appoint senior sitting judges, the number of judges on the Superior Court would have fallen from 10 to just 7, with thousands of cases assigned to those 3 judges needing to be reassigned to the remaining 7 active judges, making it even harder for those judges to manage their existing dockets. Again, in fiscal year 2024, a senior sitting judge was appointed to oversee the docket of then Judge Willocks, who was confirmed by the legislature to serve as a justice of the Supreme Court on March 25, 2024, but whose successor, then Magistrate Judge Ernest E. Morris, Jr., was not nominated by the governor until June 4th of 2024 and not confirmed by the legislature until July 24th of 2024. And since Judge Morris's confirmation as judge resulted in one of just 2 authorized magistrate judgeships in the District of St. Croix becoming vacant, this again necessitated appointment of a senior sitting judge to prevent significant disruptions in hearings of probate, small claims, landlord-tenant, traffic, and other matters pending appointment of a successor. Effective October 10th, 2024, the Judicial Branch no longer has the practical ability to effectively mitigate the challenge of any judicial vacancy, as Section 14 of Act Number 8919 amended Title 4, Chapter 5, Section 74A of the Virgin Islands Code to change the qualifications to serve as a senior sitting judge of the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. Eligibility for senior sitting judge service now requires at least 12 years as a judge of the Superior Court or justice of the Supreme Court, a requirement that would disqualify current senior sitting judges from service in the future. And this was done without surveying the number of former judges so qualified within the territory who would be available and willing to serve. Section 14 of Act Number 8919 further limited the appointment of a senior sitting judge to only those instances where every active judicial officer is unavailable due to a conflict. The changes effected by Section 14 of Act 8919 eliminated the single most effective tool available to the Judicial Branch to mitigate or otherwise address case backlogs in the Superior Court and to ensure continuity of operations during periods of prolonged vacancies like those that occurred in fiscal years 2023, 2024, and what could potentially occur in 2025 if the 4 judicial terms set to expire in May are not acted upon timely. Even under the law as it was prior to Act Number 8919, only a small number of individuals were eligible to serve as senior sitting judges within the Judicial Branch, and fewer still were willing to accept such a temporary appointment. But this problem can be resolved without effectively abolishing the senior sitting judge position entirely. The draft legislation in Attachment B is intended to provide continuity of operations to the judicial branch, and particularly the Superior Court, without exclusively relying on former judges. Section 1 of this bill would amend Title 4, Chapter 5, Section 72A of the Virgin Islands Code by striking the prohibition on judges of the Superior Court remaining in office more than 180 days after expiration of their terms unless renominated and confirmed. The effect of this amendment is to allow judges of the Superior Court to continue to serve until their renomination and confirmation, or the appointment and confirmation of a successor, so as to not require the reassignment of all their pending cases to other judges in the event the governor or the legislature fail to take swift action to fill the vacancy within the 180-day period, and to minimize the need for senior sitting judges. This is currently the case in the District Court of the Virgin Islands, where the current judge serves after the expiration of a 10-year term until his or her successor is appointed and qualified. Section 2 would amend Title 4, Chapter 5, Section 74A of the Virgin Islands Code by designating the existing language as Section 74AA and amending it to establish a mechanism to appoint a former judge to hear a case or cases due to conflict, disability, absence, suspension, or other disqualification or unavailability of a current judge, and to permit the Chief Justice to waive the 12-year service requirement upon further certifying that no former judge possessing at least 12 years of service is available to hear the case or cases. It further creates a new section, 74AB, which authorizes the appointment of former judges to serve as senior sitting judges for renewable terms not to exceed 1 year. Section 3 would amend Title 4, Chapter 8 of the Virgin Islands Code to create a new Section 127, which authorizes the Chief Justice of the Virgin Islands to recall, with his or her consent, a former justice of the Supreme Court, former judge of the Superior Court, or former magistrate judge of the Superior Court without regard to years of prior service for temporary service as an acting magistrate judge of the Superior Court. And finally, Section 4 would amend Title 4, Chapter 8 of the Virgin Islands Code to create a new Section 128 to authorize the presiding judge of the Superior Court to appoint no more than 4 members in good standing of the Virgin Islands Bar to serve as part-time magistrate judges for terms not to exceed 3 years, and to place limitations on the types of matters such part-time magistrate judges are authorized to hear, subject to the approval of the Chief Justice. These provisions, taken together, will ensure that the judicial branch not only always has access to its most important resource, judges, but the flexibility to temporarily assign them where they are needed most. On behalf of the Judicial Branch of the Virgin Islands, I again thank you for the opportunity to inform you about some challenges facing the judiciary, strategies for mitigating the challenges, and especially for the opportunity outside of the usual budget process to highlight areas where the Committee on Rules and the Judiciary can assist with legislation. I would also like to remind the committee that its chair and vice chair are members of the Judicial Council of the Virgin Islands, a statutory body which also includes the justices of the Supreme Court, the presiding judge and another judge of the Superior Court, the Attorney General, the Chief Public Defender, the President and President-elect of the Virgin Islands Bar Association, and the Executive Director of Legal Services of the Virgin Islands. The purpose of the Judicial Council is to provide a forum for stakeholders in the judicial system to discuss issues of common concern, survey the condition of business in the courts, and develop recommendations to simplify and improve the administration of justice in the Virgin Islands. And we look forward to utilizing the Council to further these aims. I, along with my team members, remain available to answer questions on matters affecting the judicial branch or the administration of justice in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. deChabert Petersen. I really want to thank you for that very comprehensive and very in-depth look at the judicial branch. At this time, I want to recognize several non-committee members who are present. First, I will recognize Senator Marvin Blyden, non-committee member. Thank you for joining us. I also see in the Fritz Louette's conference room on St. Croix, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Thank you and welcome. And finally, I see Senator Ray Fonseca, who is present with us, non-committee member. Thank you and welcome for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen and colleagues, we're going to have to take a 15 to 20-minute break. We have a little emergency in the St. Croix conference room. And so before we go in depth into the discussion, we have to take about 20 minutes break to address that emergency. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 20 minutes. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Before our break, the Administrator of the Courts, Ms. Regina deChabert Petersen, had concluded her testimony before the committee. I want to, first of all, before we proceed with the first round of questioning, which will be 7 minutes, to really commend you on the work that you've done, all of you, especially knowing that you have some challenges within the court system. This gave us a great opportunity to hear from the court, see what your challenges in advance of the budget defense when you come before the body for funding and the like. I want to ask a question relative to the number of cases that you have as far as cases that were filed for the criminal jury filings. I totaled from the time you started fiscal year 2020 to 2024, you had 2,461 cases filed, and that's the criminal. And I really love your charts. It makes you actually see the up and down. I wish our viewing public and listening public could hear it, see it as well. And then you have for the criminal jury disposition, you have from, and these are the cases that have been disposed of, that are no longer there. The Judicial Branch has carried out justice and concluded those cases. You had a total of 2,058 cases, which gives you about 403 cases that are still pending. Is my math accurate?
Not for FY. I think the numbers I presented was for FY24. So,
I'm just looking at the total, the aggregate amount.
yeah, but if you look at the centric report, which is I call the red and white report at the back.
Okay, that was a supplement?
Yes.
Okay.
That first page actually has the totals, and you'll see new filings. You'll see a column of new filings by case type.
Yes.
And dispositions by case type.
Okay.
So you have one, the very first one says combined, and that means that's the total of both districts. And then the second page would be, second and third page are the districts respectively.
Great. And so we have, that's what I said, it was comprehensive. And I'm glad I brought that out because I wanted to make sure that we know how comprehensive and detailed your report was. And I know this is preliminary. I'm going to say that word, it's preliminary. And what is your timeline for concluding your annual report?
Our annual report submission is statutorily, it's the budget submission date, which is May 30th.
May 30th. Okay, thank you. I understand that it was a point of information by Senator Blyden, but before I do, I want to recognize committee member Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who is present. Madam Clerk, kindly note that Senator Francis Heiliger is present and give me the tally of all committee members present thus far for the meeting.
Madam Chair, 6 present.
Thank you so kindly. Senator Blyden, kindly proceed with your point of information.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Administrator deChabert Petersen, and thank you so much for the most comprehensive testimony. Let me ask you to clarify for me, please. In your testimony, you spoke to Act number 8919, specifically Section 14 of that Act. When it comes to the eligibility for senior sitting judges and the requirement for them to serve for at least 12 years in terms of working at the Superior Court or the Justice for the Supreme Court. Can you speak to me in terms of clarifying what the issue is and what your recommendations are when it comes to that specific situation, please?
Regina deChabert Petersen, Administrator of Courts. The issues are many, and primarily I would say the amendment that was passed and the requirements now under that amendment ensure that a Superior Court judge that has served 6 years cannot assist in backlog case management. We cannot appoint them as senior sitting. A Superior Court judge would have to have served 2 terms in order to qualify to serve as senior sitting. A justice of the Supreme Court that has served 10 years would not qualify to serve in backlog management as a senior sitting judge. In addition to that, because it requires 12 years. So if, in the grand scheme of things, we assume that justices have served on the court, on the lower court. Across the nation, that isn't always the case. Some people are elevated straight from the bar.
Correct.
Right? So we will face challenges, or, those nuances do exist. And additionally, the amendment then further restricted the use of senior sitting by requiring that the only way we can appoint somebody senior sitting is if every sitting judge cannot serve on that case. So it effectively tying the judicial branch's hands.
So you recommend appealing that act? Would that be your recommendation?
Our recommendation would be yes, and to seriously consider the new and improved version that we've provided.
Very well. Thank you so much for that clarification. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the time. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. Point of inquiry, information. Mr. Vice Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what's the recommendation of the courts? I mean, not a repeal, but what is the recommendation?
Replacement. We submitted the draft. It's attached to the testimony. We submitted the draft, and the primary recommendation is to allow judges to continue to serve until their replacement is nominated and confirmed. So that way there is no vacancy, especially since that tool for appointing senior sitting is no longer in existence from a practical standpoint.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Thank you. And I asked that so that the public could have knowledge of your recommendation as well. Thank you.
Point of information, Mr. President. Milton Potter. Media, kindly turn on the mic for President Potter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I wanted to, just on that same subject, I'm thinking and I'm wondering, is there a risk of disincentivizing the governor with respect to timely appointing a successor when, if the law was changed to allow a sitting judge to continue indefinitely until a successor was identified? I've seen it in boards and commissions. I've seen it where folks are, the law is written in a manner where you serve indefinitely until someone else is identified. Don't we risk having that sort of challenge should this law be changed?
Regina deChabert, Petersen, Administrator of Courts. Senator Potter, I will say this. There are always risks in every decision that's made. We've experienced and are living through where timely appointments were not made. This is hypothetically our fix, and time will tell if you were to put this in place, whether or not that risk is real or imaginary. But the status quo, the evidence shows, is problematic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Point of
Mr.
information.
President. Point of information, Senator Francis in the Fritz Lewis conference room. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to the individuals here from the Judiciary. I just want to, again, remind the Administrator of Courts, which she's very aware of, is that, in fact, we have had a discussion and recommendations have been sent in regards to modification of this particular issue concerning the senior citizen judges. And, in fact, there is a bill draft that have been put forward and which consider and contemplates most, if not all, of the recommendations that have been made by the draft that she have attached to this measure, and it'll be heard in committee in the near future. The issue was, again, the nuances that was presented in the past where individuals were able to usurp the governors as well as the legislature's authority in appointing or reappointing individuals that had not been renominated by the governor to continue to serve as judges. That measure now have some good recommendations from the judiciary, and that will be considered based on a measure that has been proposed and is going through the process at this time.
So he probably submitted it. Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Colleagues, if there's no more points of information, I'd like to proceed now with one round of 7 minutes. We'll have first start with Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good morning to our testifying panel here from the Judicial Branch, the administrator of courts. I wanted to start off by asking, in your testimony, you highlighted the clearance rate of 92% of the Superior Court and an all-time high of cases or filings of cases in 2023. What factors contributed to this high volume of cases, and how is the judiciary managing this specific increase?
Senator Bolquez, and I think that the chair is correct in terms of not having the benefit of the graphic for the public to understand the ebbs and flows and the tides on filings to dispositions. But you have to look at, of course, events. We'll just say events. You had the 2017 hurricanes. Our territory was completely disrupted. We were only doing emergency matters for a very long period of time until we were able to get buildings functioning, people working, and being able to come back to work. So we come out of that. If you look, there's a trend. One of my attachments is a trend. And at the top of it, it shows impact of 2017 hurricanes and impact of the pandemic. And so what you saw in 2023 was us coming back fully, and lawyers back practicing fully, and the filings then skyrocketing. But that is really relative to the fact that filings obviously dropped while we were going through the pandemic. So it's having to try to understand the wave, so to speak, of what's happening in the territory at any given time.
Okay, very well, and I appreciate that in-depth, should I call it presentation or explanation of what took place. And regarding the judiciary's request for $9.7 million in state and local fiscal recovery funding, you were only rewarded $5 million.
Correct.
Can you specify what initiatives were left unfunded?
There were some other positions that everything is a theory and a hypothesis, and we wanted to, for example, add some probate clerks. We wanted to augment or be able to hire additional staff for attorneys to assist some of our judges, additional resources in that respect. And so we had identified, whether it's 4 law clerks, because sometimes when we have senior sitting judges and we have them assigned to a case, sometimes they do need resources. We can't take another judge's law clerk, and I am directed as the administrator of courts to provide those resources. So some of those things were paired with our anticipated utilization of senior sitting judges. Of course, there was the Office of Conflict Counsel, which we did stand up on the grant, and like I thanked everyone, was established here, but we're going to talk about what it takes to fund that office, having had to go through the exercise of getting office space, signing leases, and all of that stuff when we come down to our request again. But there are other things that we wanted to do. We wanted to consider an online dispute resolution system. the possibility of that mitigating or at least facilitating and alleviating the small claims, like an avenue, similar to new technology, AI. But those are things that would just be planting a seed, because they would take a couple of years to mature to see the benefits of. And honestly, we're project out. The other thing is we have a lot of big dreams, but we have a small staff, and we also have to be mindful of what we can reasonably accomplish in any given year.
And are you still focusing on trying to go after some federal funding in order to still make that a possibility? Are you in the works of?
We're looking at it, but as everyone in the nation is looking at what federal funding is going to, what federal funds are going to survive DOGE. Yeah. So yes, we're looking at it, especially from a national standpoint, because I do serve on the Government Affairs Committee of the National Center for State Courts. Right. So we're eyeing what grants may survive the scalpel. I wouldn't say what is it? It's the chainsaw, not the scalpel.
Well, good luck on your endeavors, and I wish you the best. Concerning your statement, you mentioned delayed disbursements from the Department of Finance in your testimony. Obviously, that's going to impede operations. Can you provide examples of how those delays affect the court's functions or even case processing?
Case processing, we're going to continue pushing. I mean, the clerks are going to continue doing what they do. The judges are going to continue doing what they do. What is really affected is anything we've planned for that fiscal year. For example, I needed funding to go towards that St. Croix project. But if I'm not getting my money on a core, I say my, but I take ownership of it. If we're not getting our allotments quarterly, which we haven't been, even though pursuant to law, we get to apportion, we send an apportionment and we say we want our appropriation in quarterly allotments, we get monthly.
How backed up are you, if
1
you don't
minute?
mind me asking?
We're about, the March release hasn't come out yet. Right, so with the March, we haven't received our March release yet, but we're trending about $2 million behind in funding, and it makes it very difficult for me to make decisions about encumbering and moving forward with projects. I am surviving by paying my recurring, but in terms of what we planned to start, it becomes a problem.
Okay, that's something I definitely think the finance chair is already focused on. To include the members here. Before my time burns out.
30 seconds.
Your testimony highlights a persistent issue of operating under a reimbursement basis for FEMA-related recovery projects. How does this reimbursement model impact you in your operations? I mean, what is the catalyst here in the sense of why this is happening? Have you been in contacts with FEMA to find out what needs to be done? I'm sure you have. So please shed some more light on that for us.
That is a very difficult subject. As you know, the management of it goes through ODR. And there are requirements or structures in place to request, I would assume, draws against the obligation. But from day one, the judiciary... May I complete my response?
You may proceed.
Okay, I'm sorry. The judiciary jumped out right after 2017 and doing its recovery. So we have funded everything out of pocket, out of our appropriation, in anticipation that when we file those claims, that money would come back in, and then we could put it towards more of our recovery. But it hasn't worked out that way. We've just been footing the bill, and we are awaiting that, I won't say submission. We have submitted quite a bit for reimbursement, and have to go through that validation or pre-audit of it in order to actually see the funds come back. And that's complicated by the fact that we were operating on version 0 of our projects, and we just recently have gotten them versioned out to now increase the obligation level, and that, like I said, if that's approved.
Madam Chair, if I may just ask a quick...
You may proceed to wrap up.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. based on what you just said, so you're technically shaving away from your operation budget to do that. Do you have a
Exactly.
number affiliated with what you've already taken to augment? Do you have a figure associated with what you've spent at this given point in time?
I don't want to give you a figure off the top of my head, but I can, for example, tell you that I have a $1.5 million or $1.6 million appropriation or obligation level for the St. Croix Courthouse. The contract to put that roof on is $8 million.
Okay. Thank you for the perspective, and thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So just to extend that conversation, where do you see that money, the additional money that you're going to need, will come from? Is it this body we're going to have to appropriate that money? Is that what you're hinting at?
What I'm hinting at and what I detailed in the testimony is that we've got some money that is already encumbered, and we're coming for the balance of the money. Our ask is the balance of the money. That will be mitigated by any reimbursements we're able to get back, because we're pledging those funds to continue and complete our recovery. But that was that 4.45, I rounded it to 4.5 million that we asked for in 2025, and that I indicated we'll be asking for again in 2026.
So that's the delta.
That's the delta.
Thank you so kindly. Mr. Vice Chair, Senator Kenneth Gittins, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to all. When was the last in-person Judicial Council meeting held?
We haven't had an in-person Judicial Council meeting since before the pandemic.
So are we going to reinstate this?
Chief did indicate that that was your request, and we are actively looking to reinstate, and we're hopeful that people will confirm and attend.
And we need to, because the courts especially don't like to come before the legislature. And we have to have conversations.
Agreed that is the great forum to have that and have everybody seated at the table, because a lot of often it's a justice system issue and not just a court issue.
So you take it right out of my head. So I'll leave that there. Let's make sure that we correct this. Now, I want to go back to that initial conversation that made a whole bunch of point of information coming forward with regards to senior sitting judges. Now, how it was that if a judge in his or her first term was not performing properly and therefore was not reappointed, then of course that person should not continue to be employed as a senior sitting judge. Agree or disagree?
We don't make the determination on...
No. You're an attorney. I didn't ask you if you made the determination. I'm just saying, okay, I wouldn't... Let me pull it back. Don't answer it. I'm going to tell you. If someone is not performing in their first term, then he or she should not be able to circumvent the system by being allowed to remain. I'm not saying either that any of the one-term judges were not performing. For whatever reason, they were not reappointed. So let me make that clear, all right? But I embrace the recommendation based on what you just stated. I haven't read the recommendation yet. But if the recommendation is to serve until replaced, I can live with that. And the chief executive should know, let's not wait until that time to appoint someone. That said, how many of our justices can now retire?
All.
All by the end of this year, correct?
And they're all simultaneously appointed, not staggered, with the exception of Justice Willocks, who just joined.
Right. So something that I'm looking at, and the fact that all can retire except, I could really retire if he wants, but I mean the others. The fact that all their terms are going to be up. Have we had any conversations with the chief executive to start looking at appointees?
I am certain that we have.
Okay. And to the backlog in cases. How many judges you stated we have?
There are 5 and 5. Remember, 2 come out because they're family. So in terms of general jurisdiction,
No. No, but just tell me, how many judges we have per district?
10 in each district, 10 total, 5 in each district, and 2 magistrates in each district, so 7 and 7.
Okay, so do you think that there's a need for increase in judges and or magistrates? How much are you budgeted for right now, judges?
We're fully budgeted for the 10 and for 14, 7 in each district.
Wait. This is where you're confused matters. Don't tell me 14 in each district.
No,
I'm asking specifically
7.
the judges.
Judges
10.
is 5 in each district.
5 and 5. 10.
5 and 5. Take out family.
And forget that. Stop getting technical. And for the magistrates, no.
2 in each.
4, and that's how much you budgeted for.
Correct.
Do you think there's a need for an increase?
I'm sure the response would be yes, that there is a need to
No, what's your response? You're the administrator of courts.
I am the administrator of courts, but I'm also looking at the numbers, and I think that all of our decisions should be data-driven.
Yes, and slow down for me. So based on your data and the information that you have, do you think that your number of magistrates should be increased?
That would assist in clearing up the backlog.
And do you think that we should increase the duties and responsibilities of the magistrates?
I will reserve a response. I know that there is some proposals that are being vetted right now with regard to that, and some thoughts about potentially converting or, increasing their duties and responsibilities, but that's not fully vetted as yet.
Currently, what are
30 seconds.
Currently, what are they allowed to do? What cases are they allowed to do?
Currently, right now, they have small claims, domestic violence, traffic, probate.
And probate is a big problem. Probate is a heavy lift. So how are we moving on these probate matters?
We, believe it or not, if you look at the clearance rates in probate, we are chipping away at that backlog. We've been actively making progress year over year on that backlog. Our magistrates are really working very hard on moving those probate cases.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'll conclude by just letting
you may proceed with your concluding question.
Administrator know that I want to be a champion here in the legislature to get things moving at the courts. Don't hesitate to contact my office so that we can work on these changes as needed so that we can make sure that the court is as efficient as possible to get these cases moved. Is just magistrate judges now handling traffic cases?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vice Chair, I want to just piggyback on what the Vice Chair talked about with increasing the number of magistrate judges. Oh, how many would you propose that we would need? Because I really love your charts, I must tell you. I see here at a magistrate division, you have the probate pending from October 1st, you have 359, and then you had 117 filings available for disposition. You have 476, and those that have been disposed, hope I'm reading the right one, yes, 195, and pending from September 30th, you have 281, and there is...
That's St. Croix, right?
Yes, that's St. Croix. And then you have, as far as your clearance rate, it's 167%, which is a good grade. So I want to know, how many magistrate judges do you envision would be needed to really support this division?
My responses will be qualified is that we look at the case processing end of it, and as the administrator, I have a much bigger picture to deal with, and that would be, if I say an additional one in each district, I also need an additional courtroom in each district. I also need additional law clerks in each district. I also need additional support staff in each district.
And support equipment.
And support equipment, exactly. So it's not just the body. With the probate, I think there was a probate bill, and it talked about, and the judge must have separate chambers and separate courtroom. I mean, we're fortunate that there's one extra courtroom in the St. Thomas district, but that doesn't exist in the St. Croix district. We've been trying to grow within our existing footprint because there've been no new courthouses in the horizon for the judiciary, and we're really busting at the seams. So when we talk through these problems, we have to understand the operational challenges that go with us trying to get to that point. And that's all I just wanted to raise. So if you see me hesitating, is because my mind is already running on how can I get this accomplished, knowing all of the other things that go along with the new positions.
And that is very good, because that is a part of planning that we need to do and on the front end before we put anything in place, because they do have that domino effect. Senator Milton E. Potter, Mr. President, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to our testifiers. Administrator Petersen, I must say that you make a compelling argument for your proposed legislation. But I wanted to ask you, in your testimony, you mentioned that in 2023, in FY23, 3 judges' terms had expired without renomination or successor appointment. How many current judges are approaching the end of their terms in 2025?
Senator, we have 4. I think I mentioned that in the testimony. We have 4 whose terms expire in May.
Okay, this May. Now, what contingency plans exist if the proposed legislation is not enacted?
I don't know that we can have a contingency plan. I think that we would be pushing the theory, and you would see it would play out in terms of our ability to cover those vacancies if that 180-day expire and we don't have a person in place. Because with Act 8919, we would have to look and see who in the territory that served for 12 years is not only available, but willing to cover those cases.
It's a high bar. It's a high bar that was set. Would expanding the magistrate judges, and I had a brief conversation with Attorney Jimenez during the break, would expanding the part-time magistrate be a viable alternative for the senior sitting judges?
My counsel is shaking his head.
That's what he did during the break too, so. But I wanted to get your take on it.
Well, the only way, we have to step back and realize that general jurisdiction judges are appointed and confirmed. And so that authority vests with, them. They're Title III. They're by advice and consent. Our magistrates are not. And it's a tricky situation to go from the authority of magistrates to convert them, to grant them the authority to expand their jurisdiction. I'm sure that there are a lot of ideas and thoughts and perhaps even some draft legislation, but like I indicated, I think that the devil is in the details, and we would definitely have to work through that.
Okay, fair enough. Following the implementation, and just shifting gears to technology, following the implementation of the case management system in 2020, what measurable improvements have you seen in the court in terms of efficiency, and what technological challenges still remain?
Well, I think the first very obvious improvement is electronic filing, right? The amount of paper that was initially coming, the boxes of documents coming and being processed through the court, the quickness at which that information is available through the system, the public portal, because the public can now access and go online and look at the case status, look at the docket, and see what's happening with the case. So a lot of it was public facing. Internally, we're still adjusting. I have Miss Charles here, who's the clerk of court, and she can talk about some of those challenges, because sometimes it's an exchange of challenges, because now clerks they had to docket before, but now they've got queues to manage. And, how long does it take a clerk to docket? How much time is it taking them to docket versus time that they could be spent doing something else? And which is why there's some proposals or some consideration for specialized positions that somebody could just focus on docketing so that the clerks would be freed up to do to take on other case management tasks, to go to court, to complete their records of proceedings and things of that nature. And that becomes critical for us because our numbers are low. So on top of all of that, we have vacancies. We have high turnover that we're also trying to manage.
Okay. And you mentioned that the general public also has the ability to log on. So was there like an awareness campaign?
Yes.
Okay, education
Back
campaign.
in 2020, yes, there was.
Excellent.
And one of the biggest pushes was pay your citation online. I mean, we went public with that, is that you could log on, you could, go to your not e-citation, but you could log on and pay your citation to you don't have to come down to the courthouse to pay the ticket anymore. So a lot of what we tried to put in place was public facing to try to make us more accessible to the public.
Excellent. You mentioned that some cases dating back to 1991 that are subject to bankruptcy stays, right? What percentage of your civil backlog involves such long-standing cases, and what strategies might address these specific matters?
1 minute.
That's a little challenging from the standpoint that, like I said, the data we're still validating and looking at numbers, and so sometimes when you put something out there, you can't necessarily take it back, and it could be erroneous. But from the data that I'm looking at, I've run some metrics, and I would say, and it's hard because you have to exclude certain cases. So if I exclude mass tort because we have complex litigation, that's a whole nother division. They're working efficiently, they're dealing with those backlogs. If I exclude that, you have to exclude guardianships, because guardianships can go on. I think we have one that's almost 40 years old. Guardianships, the court is involved, in perpetuity, it seems, but that is by the nature of guardianships. Then we have other cases that are inactive because the individual is incompetent to stand for trial. So when you start trying to narrow down the pool of cases that you really need to look at to judge the backlogs, that number is cut almost in half, or even, I would say 50, maybe even 60% when we're looking at where our areas are that are problematic. And in looking at that estimated, I would say about roughly, I would say 61% of our cases are in that pending under 5 years, 23 pending over 5, but not more than 10, maybe 14% pending more than 10, but not more than 20, and then you have like a 2% that are those really, really questionable cases, but at the same time, I'm still questioning those cases because we've gone through 2 data conversions. So is it really a live and an active case? Or when we converted from ENACT to, what was it, AMCAD, and then from AMCAD back to ENACT, and then from ENACT to C-TRAC now, did that status convert properly? And is that a real case, or was it closed and that's just a process for us to go through our data cleanup? And we're doing a lot of data cleanup.
Excellent. Excellent. The Office of Conflict Counsel.
Yes.
Time.
I wanted to ask, if I may, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
The office has been appointed to, based on your numbers, 93 cases since June and concluded 23. Mm-hmm. How does this performance compare to your expectations? And what metric would indicate success for this initiative? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I think we have to look at this office very differently. Excuse me. Because you could say it was born on June 3rd. Right? So that's when it first started accepting cases. So the metric...
Pretty young, pretty youthful.
It's very young, and it truly is intended to be external of the branch. It's independent. It is designed to fill that gap where public defender can't handle, but we're required to provide indigent defense and to fill the gap of us having to go through how many cycles of you appoint an attorney, and the attorney is requesting to be recused. And then all of that is just adding to the delay on the case. So the existence of the office is to provide certainty that there is a body assigned to the case so the case can move forward. So I think that the metric for that office is different. And I think that the fact that they've resolved 23 of their appointments already is a good indication that it is effectively filling the gap. Because bear in mind that this is mostly criminal appointments, and it's trials. We're not talking about small matters. We're talking about trials.
Okay. So you're ready to take a victory lap in terms of the success of the program in a short period of time?
Well, if you all know me, I don't take those laps very quickly because I'm always looking to see what else.
Very cautious. And okay. I appreciate that. Madam Chair, can I squeeze one final question in?
You may proceed, Mr. President. I hope you remember that when my time comes. Even though I've been trying very hard and I've been winning the battle to stay within my time.
I will remember that, Madam Chair. You mentioned that FY24, in FY24, 839 cases were disposed of, but 443 new criminal cases were filed.
Correct.
How confident are you that the backlog reduction efforts will be sustainable?
If I'm just looking at numbers and just by plain mathematics, right? Mm-hmm. If there are fewer filings, then your assumption is that I got more time to work on backlogs because there are fewer filings. And so, like I was indicating earlier, it's a careful observation of these ebbs and flows and the tides. We're going to have, we've seen the criminal stats in our territory. So you have to assume if you see we have XYZ murders or whatever else, that we're going to have these peaks in criminal case filings and things of that nature. But it was just to highlight that we disposed of more than were actually filed. And whenever that happens, that means we're getting through some of the backlog.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you for your generosity, Madam Chair.
And you're most welcome, Mr. President. At this time, the chair would recognize Senator Marvin A. Blyden for your 7 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues, listening, viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good afternoon, Administrator of the courts, deChabert, Petersen, and your colleagues there with you, and thank you so much for your most comprehensive testimony. I'm going to start off by speaking to our probate situation in the territory. We really have to get a grip on that. And with saying that, I do have a piece of legislation that's on blue that will be performed today, hopefully. And I'm going to just read a bill summary quickly. Which the bill amends Title 4 of the Virgin Islands Code by creating a probate division in the Superior Court, removing probate matters from the jurisdiction of the Magistrate Division and giving original jurisdiction to the probate division over the probating of wills and the administration and final adjudication of descendants. I forgot my glasses downstairs. Estates, and requiring the governor to nominate 2 Superior Court judges to the probate division, one in the division of St. Croix and one in the division of the St. Thomas St. John district. I'm making an appropriation of $650,000 to the Judicial Branch of the Virgin Islands to establish the probate division. This piece of legislation I've been working with also with ARP, and I believe this will also assist with those matters. Can you chime in on that? Based on the bill summary, it goes more in depth, but
Yes, Senator. Regina deChabert Petersen, Administrator of Courts. Wearing my Administrator of Courts hat with my CFO next to me who can confirm that the cost of a chamber is about $1.2 million.
1.2?
A chamber.
Okay.
And that's just, I'm sorry, that's staffing. That's personnel on a chamber.
Okay. Very well. We will have further discussions, but thank you for that. That's important. Also, in your testimony on page 11, you mentioned the $3.1 million in FEMA recovery grants. What are those funds for? What do they cover?
There are the project obligations after the storms. So one covers all of our repairs following 2017 at the Verne Hodge Superior Court building here at the AFJ Center. And the other project, which I think that one is the 1.5 or 1.6 million, is the funding, the obligation level on the FEMA project worksheet for recovery projects in the District of St. Croix.
Correct. That went from 1.6 to 5.6.
No, that is the versioning request. That's what we're asking for. That's why both of those have the qualifier if approved.
Okay. So the scope was much larger than...
Correct.
Okay, very well. And also, what about for 25 budget, capital budget, which include $4.5 million for phase 2? What does that cover?
Phase 2 is replacing the roof on the Kings Hill Courthouse, installing an enclosure over the second-story courtyard, which flooded in the 2017 storms and flooded all of the courtrooms and offices on that level and downstairs because our drain system was overwhelmed by the amount of water. The other thing that project does is it encloses the building. For many years, that building is very open, so we have to pay for 24-hour security at that facility. And if we put a storefront enclosure, then that's a cost that we can eliminate over time.
So that's a cost saving. Do you have any other cost saving measures at this time?
Not at this time, but I'm sure I'll have plenty for in preparation for budget.
Okay, very well. Let's speak to your challenge of prolonged judicial vacancies. Let's speak to that. What's number one causing that issue, and number two, what's being done in terms of seeing how you can rectify that moving forward?
In many respects, Senator, it's not something that necessarily is in our control, but I do know that when we know that the terms are approaching their expiration, there are a lot of contacts that are made, both up to the Hill and from the Hill down, just to make sure that we're all tracking that the terms are set to expire. So those discussions are active at the chief's level, those discussions are active at the presiding judge's level, and those discussions are active between my office and the chief of staff and general counsel in Government House.
But what do those discussions include?
Are they tracking that the terms are expiring?
That's it?
We don't name. We don't name. We're on the receiving end. We say we neither what? We neither yield the sword or carry the purse.
Understood. I must say though that when it comes to the courts and your responsibility, you have a lot of responsibilities, and I understand you're juggling in terms of with your funding, staffing, etc. Let me go to rank and file right quick. How many employees do you have on board?
313, and that's not counting the external arm just established.
And is that a right fit at this time, in your opinion?
That's 313 filled. We won't talk about the number of judicial vacancies.
How many vacancies do you have, as a matter of fact, since you brought it up?
I believe last year there was some controversy over the number that we had submitted, which was 60 vacancies. But we always come back and tell you, of this, these are the ones that are TBF, which means to be filled. We never come and say that we want all 60. So we look at our budget carefully. And this year, you're probably going to see a mix of that and positions that we need to have that the judiciary doesn't have.
So you have additional to the 60 that you need to have.
Because they're they're critical roles within administration, for example. We have so many managers or so many individuals in the court wearing multiple hats. The one sitting in front of you is PIO, is data analyst, facilities manager. So, we share the responsibilities to get the work done. In an ideal world, we would have those bodies.
So basically, almost all of these 60 positions are critical then, in your opinion?
All of our positions are critical.
Very well. Well, again, I want to thank you for what you do. Madam Chair, I definitely want to thank you for the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Senator Blyden. I want to follow up on a question asked by Senator Blyden before I recognize a committee member. Quickly, kindly indicate for us the amount. You said it'll be to take about $1.2 million for the staffing for a chamber. That's just the staffing, right? The human beings to fill and to operate the magistrate, the new magistrate division, right? You're not including, I gather, the cost of utility. Is that included in the 1.2? The cost of equipment, the cost of supplies, that's just for the people.
Correct, and my CFO is telling me that, because the 1.2 stuck in my head, that may have included some equipment in it.
Okay.
But generally speaking, if we're accommodating, or like I like to say, my favorite, absorbing a new chamber, it's fine when there may be some renovations that need to be done, some building modifications and things of that nature. But staffing is probably, you're going to have a judge, you're going to have law clerk, you're going to have judicial secretary, and then we have to look to see, do we have enough marshals to staff an additional courtroom? So there's a lot that goes into play with coming up with what does that additional funding ask look like. We may augment our supply orders, but that may not be as significant a cost. That's something that we may be able to absorb in operations, but what we can't absorb in operations are the human resources that are necessary, including, as Ms. Charles is listening, more clerks. You're going to have more dockets. You're going to have, another judge or judges that are going to be looking to the clerk's office saying, where's my stuff?
Okay, thank you so much for that broad perspective. I want to recognize committee member Senator Avery Lewis, who is present. Kindly, Madam Clerk, note on the roll call that Senator Lewis is present, and kindly state the tally for today's committee meeting.
Madam Chair, you have 7 present.
We have a full array of members for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Senator Blyden, did I see you with a point of information?
Yes, I had a point of information.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to state this bill came about as a result of the Chief Justice when he came and testified, and the way he was bringing it across, which I agreed with, in terms of creating a probate division within the court system, is to augment, in terms of those cases, specifically probate cases, to have 1 or 2 judges assigned to those cases only so they could focus on that and keep it moving forward. So I don't think it's going to cost as much in terms of staffing, etc. But we can have those discussions as we move forward. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much. I want to just ask Ms. Charles, because in St. Croix, a very probing question, because Administrator deChabert Petersen, you mentioned clerks, a vital component of the work that the Judiciary Branch does. Ms. Charles, kindly indicate how many vacancies do you have in that position? Are you able to tell us the number?
Tamara Charles, for the record, on St. Croix, I could tell you right now, I only have 1 clerk operating in the probate division. On St. Thomas, I have 3. I don't know what's vacant, meaning what's budgeted, but ideally in each district, you should have about 3 clerks in the probate division. If the probate division bill is passed, then that, of course, is different. But divisionally in probate, we have 1 clerk in St. Croix and 3 in St. Thomas.
Okay, so it looks like you may need to get 2 clerks in St. Croix. Thank you so much, Ms. Charles. The chair will now recognize Senator Novel E. Francis for his 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Actually, good afternoon to you, my colleagues. Good afternoon to individuals here from the judiciary, and of course, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Administrator Petersen, thank you very much for your comprehensive testimony and an update on the inner workings of the court. We truly appreciate it. And thank you for the acknowledgement of the legislative body in our support for critical legislation, such as the Office of Conflict Counsel, as well as your hazing for when you believe that the legislature didn't give you what you want. We're in for a rough ride. And simply put, I believe that I feel your frustration, because being twice a branch head myself, I understand the difficulties in, again, being able to operate a branch of government, especially when you don't have the luxury of submitting those budget, or you have the luxury to submit them, but you're not granted the budget that you believe is adequate to carry out the mission and tasks of your branch of government. And truly, I believe and support the positions that the Chief Justice have always put on record, that he should be able to make a determination of what he requires to run his branch, and it should be honored. Likewise, the legislative branch, we feel the same way. The unfortunate of this is that, unlike you have an opportunity to raise revenues. The legislature do not. So you have a little bit of advantage over us, but the reality is that we're at a bad place in terms of revenues coming into the coffers of the government of the Virgin Islands. We continue to hear of the deficiencies in being able to collect revenues. We're down as of just last month's evaluation, down between $18 to $21 million as well. So it's very difficult to ensure that we continue to see that the allotments remain at optimum level. But I'm optimistic, as well as you, I'm sure you are as well. So in under questioning, you indicated that you're down about $2 million on your allotment. Is that correct?
That's correct in terms of receiving the cash draw. We've submitted our spending plans and we've submitted our cash draw requests for January and February. Yeah, but we're current through December on our operating requests.
Any explanation as to why you weren't given your requested cash? Is it something that's being delayed or will come subsequently, or there's actually a cut?
There's no, that we're aware of, there's no reduction. It's just a delay, and I believe that it's very much tied to cash flow management at the Department of Finance. Like I said, OMB has been very proactive in trying to send us or issue the release letters. And we follow up. We're very vigilant in following up on when we're making into a priority batch, because we understand that cash management aspect of it.
Very well, and of course, I agree with you, and we've been hearing it. We had the Department of actually the hospital before us, and they too are complaining about not receiving money. We're hearing from WAPA, we're hearing from, the Department of Education, we're hearing from everyone in regards to, again, the difficulties in being able to receive, their funding. What is your delta? What do you owe in terms of, or your AP in terms of vendors payment?
Good day, Senator.
Media, kindly turn on the mic of Ms. Simmons. Try again, Ms. Simmons.
Good day, Senator. In terms of a backlog, I'll have to get you that figure, but on a monthly basis, we are in the neighborhood of $385,000 or so in recurring payments.
Thank you. And the $385,000 is recurring payments. You said that the delta, your shortage, you're not sure of this time, and you'll get that to me?
Yes, we'll have to look at that, because we normally compile that for the budget, but we didn't have that prepared for this session.
Okay, good. Similar to my colleague, I know that he has the authorship for the probate court, and I do have authorship for probate reform that we're working on, and certainly we'll be in touch with the courts as we move forward on that. Something that continues to concern me is the amount of cases, and I think that you talk about the total pending caseload of 11,666 cases, and in particular, the civil complex cases seems to be the most significant of backlog. And of course, we know that those involve a lot of times injuries or even death in some instances. What's being done to right fit that situation, of course correct that situation with that backlog in civil litigation, civil complex cases?
Good afternoon again, Regina deChabert Petersen. What I try to lay out painstakingly is what we've been doing to get to the point where those cases are in fact moving. And that began with the establishment of the Complex Litigation Division, taking those cases out of general circulation, appointing a judge to focus primarily on those cases and processing those cases. And giving that judge an additional resource as a master to help in managing those cases. All best practices that we took from other jurisdictions to try to implement here. And as a result, we are seeing those cases be resolved. 3,000 to date, another 400 in the last quarter. Those cases take a long time to work up. And the master has a lot of hearings with a lot of attorneys. Sometimes I can't even imagine the amount of attorneys involved in those to get them to the point where they're ready for disposition. So that is a solution that we implemented that we're now starting to reap the benefits of. That has been our strategy with complex. And with it relates to staff masters or that specialized case management, we're looking at how we can use that to attack other areas that we have challenges in.
Very well. In terms of funding responsibility, what do you have a priority list then? I know that you just have indicated in the past in terms of what you believe your budget should look like, but understanding the dynamics and the implication of where we at in terms of finances, do you have a priority listing of financial needs at this time? Not want, financial needs. You know that our list would be very long, but we've always been very reasonable and cognizant. As I mentioned, we've got a contract. We've got some FEMA deadlines to meet. We've been asking for extensions to push this work forward, and we're hoping to get those projects on track and completed. Priorities, I have to say, at the top of the list, our employees. We have been struggling year over year to be able to provide increases on any regular schedule, and that has been a challenge. We've seen significant. We've come before the body and testified about the amount of turnover that we've had. And during the glory period where our territory was flooded with CARES Act and ARPA money, a lot of our employees went to other agencies that had access to federal funding and better paying jobs. So we have been, just like we have been phasing our recovery, we've been trying to phase making our employees whole. You asked us to do a compensation study. We did the compensation study. We paid the National Center to come in and evaluate to kind of get an idea as to what it would cost to bring us up to market. That cost is just south of $1 million, but given the current fiscal climate, my employees, they know that we put in for that increase, that we told the body what we needed to be able to implement, but we're also sensitive to the fact that at the rate that we're getting our allotments, and we don't know what FY26 is going to bring. How do I implement what the compensation study indicated would be an adjustment to market? And I know a lot of our employees are listening because they've been waiting for me to say, yes, we can do it. No, we can't. I'm not in a position where I can answer that question. Okay, very well. Madam Chair, I think I heard my time called. I have two final questions, if you will allow it.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Administrator, have you considered or contemplated, because I know that we have seen where there's a number of redundancy in across the board in central government in itself, and maybe instances in the judiciary as well as the legislative branch. But have you reviewed or taken into consideration any consolidation effort where there may be where there may be triplicate or redundancy in services? Have you done a SWOT analysis in terms of any consolidation that could be done, again, to streamline?
Consolidation of, if you could clarify specifically?
Services. Any consolidation of services where there may be instances of duplication, or in some instances, because we have a tendency, because we are housed over 3 islands, is there anything that could be done, whether by technology, but by some other means, again, to consolidate services?
Well, I think that we underwent a major consolidation in 2016 by the administrative unification of the courts. That was a major step. We got rid of a lot of duplication, duplicate positions and things of that nature. And it was a tough time. It wasn't popular. You know, how do you take 2 chief marshals and make it into one? How do you take 2 directors of HR and create one unit? And, you know, so we went through what you would call a merger to consolidated systems. Superior was operating on one version of the same FMS. Supreme was operating on one version of the FMS. Now we have one FMS and we're paying one FMS bill. So we have been looking. MIP, I say FMS. Yes, I'm sorry. MIP is our financial management system. So we've done that. I think for us internally, we don't necessarily have that redundancy. To the extent that we've reorganized and restructured how administration operates. But what we are going to be taking a hard look at is process. And I think that process simplification, not just in how we handle the day-to-day operations of the court, but process simplification on how you file a case. Are there redundancies there or efficiencies that can be achieved by just looking at the steps and seeing if there are steps that can be eliminated or steps that are no longer necessary? Because often we do things the way we do it because that's the way it's always been done, not because it's necessary.
Correct. Thank you for that consideration. And my final question or comment is, of course, the issue of the senior citizen judges. Again, I believe that we have some good recommendations, and certainly something that will be taken under advisement. There is already a bill draft to that extent. I'll take a look at the one that you have proposed here, but I think it's pretty much similar to what you may have submitted to us before. So we'll certainly be moving that in the very near future via this very same committee. So we look forward to that further discussion in respect to that and closing that loophole that have been allowed to exist for quite some time. Thank you for the work that you're doing. And again, thank you to the staff and the Judiciary Branch. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the time and the opportunity.
Thank you too, Senator.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis. Before we go to the next senator, I wanted to piggyback and follow up on a question as Senator Francis mentioned. This whole assessment you did for your employees to see how you can increase their salaries, and like you said, it was about $500,000 or
just south of $1 million for implementation.
Just south of $1 million. And when was the last time your rank and file employees received an increase?
10/1/24. Oh, 23, sorry, 23.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And they don't have a union, you're ununionized?
Exempt by law.
Okay. And do you have the round number of how that would look for your employees? Because the thing is, we want to try to keep our dedicated people here. We're going to need them when we are having natural disasters to recover, to come in and function. And it's how we actually are managing that to be able to retain good employees and to know that they can come to work and depend on this employer to be able to sustain them, giving cost of living increases that we are enduring, all of us across the board who have chosen to stay in the Virgin Islands are enduring. I mean, you go to grocery stores, you're seeing eggs for $12.99. I never see something like that in my life. So you're looking at that. So I would like to get at least a round figure because we want to try to make sure our people appreciate that we, if fiscally possible, that we really appreciate and value their hard work and their commitment to stay here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. At this time, I will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 7 minutes.
Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good day to the testifiers and staff. The first question I want to touch on has to do with the opera funds that was used to update the system when it came to the upgrade. Was training needed for the staff for this upgrade? How often does the staff receive training for this? Have you guys fully started to utilize the full system? Give me a little breakdown on that and the potential benefits thus far for the upgrade.
Senator, if I may, I would like to yield to our subject matter expert on CMS, and hopefully I'm not putting her on the spot, which is the Clerk of the Court, Tamara Charles.
Yes, good afternoon. Tamara Charles, Clerk of the Superior Court. The training was included as part of the contract with the vendor. So the vendor, in our initial implementation back in 2020, the vendor was part of the training. They offered training to all the staff, and then the upgrade did also include training by the vendor. In addition, the court staff, myself, and IT did include ourselves in training. Like, we offered training. We did some follow-up trainings with the vendor as well, because we saw that there was a need to do some follow-up training. Myself, I presented some training for the bar. So those trainings were done pre-upgrade and post. So the bar was experiencing some challenges, so I saw that it was necessary, excuse me, and we did offer those trainings to the bar, and we've made some videos. So the bar has the accessibility of videos for to go back to.
Okay, excellent. I wanted to touch on that because I know the importance of dealing with case management, because in all honesty, as a representative, that's the biggest cry I hear from the public. They put in things, it's taking forever, and I often wondered, well, how does the court deal with it? You know, is it distributed evenly? Is it balanced properly? Why do things take so long? Now, if you guys had a perfect number, how many judges do you honestly believe that we need here in the territory so we could see our court system running smoothly in a way where it doesn't feel like cases take forever?
I will tell you, Senator, that my phone is blowing up with texts saying, yes, we need more judges. Yes, we need more judges. So I did not give the correct answer on that. Just understanding that I pause. And I pause because I think that all of our decisions need to be data-driven. Mm-hmm. I think the numbers will show, but we need an opportunity and time to aggregate that data and prove our case. We do need them. Can I tell you right now?
Okay.
I could guess, but I think that we will be able to more than show once we have combed our data and prove that this is the ideal number for the territory, and that is what's going to help us too. Is, like I said, I am in active conversations with National Center for support to conduct that backlog case flow management study. And we'll be able to come to you and tell you exactly what our needs are.
One of the biggest issues, and even my colleague was speaking about it in regards to probate. Mm-hmm. I'll be honest with you. I'm scared to even go near the court to submit anything with probate. I don't want to, because some of the stories I've heard over the years, people waiting 15, 20 years, and things aren't even resolved. When I have friends and family in the state, they're like, we're done in 60 days. Like, when I tell them some of the stories here, they're thinking I'm crazy or I'm making up stories, because their stuff is disposed of so quickly on a national basis versus here. Why do you think that that's the way it is? I mean, outside of, saying we need more judges, something has to be fundamentally not being done in a particular way, that whether it's from the side of lawyers, whether it's from the side of the individuals filing claims, whether it's from the court side, there has to be something fundamentally not working correctly that would translate the disposal of some of these probate cases that would take years upon years. I am so paranoid, like I'm setting up a trust. I'm not even trying to come anywhere near the court with anything with me. That's how serious I am. Maybe if we had a different system, I would be like, okay, if I pass away, I know it wouldn't be a stress for my family, but I'm witnessing otherwise. How do we explain your thoughts on that a little bit?
That's a lot.
Okay.
That is a lot. But once again, it's a partnership. And it's a partnership that begins with, we all know we have a very antiquated probate code, right? Modernization of the process has to be married, in the code, has to be married to modernization in the court. The backlogs are what they are because that was the law at the time. And I think, honestly, in a lot of respects, perhaps the process itself is so convoluted. It's convoluted even for the executors in terms of what their responsibilities are. And there's an expectation that the movement should be court-driven. And sometimes the attorneys and the parties have responsibilities.
That's why I mentioned all
that
three.
Need to be met. But I think because of the backlog, that we haven't had the opportunity to triage and dissect and figure out where the points of delay, where the pain points are.
Okay.
And we're fully committed to doing that with dedicated staff so that we could make informed recommendations on here is where we think a change or a time limit or a request for publication. By the way, that's a huge problem because now you can't post in a post office. So that's something I got to come. You can't the regular postings for a lot of things are not even allowed anymore. So a lot of areas in the law, as well as us looking at our process and streamlining it. But bear in mind that our processes were built around the law.
Yes,
But we are fully committed to looking at this. I think in our 2019 judicial conference, we had everybody come in and look at that probate and discuss probate. So it's still a hot topic. It could probably be another topic, but I think that we need active participation at looking at it holistically because, yes, it's stuck in the courts, but it's not only stuck in the courts because of the courts.
And that's part of the reason why I did mention those that are bringing forward the cases as well as the lawyers and the courts collectively, because from a logical standpoint, I can see where each part could play a role in the delay. I know my time has been called, so I want to thank you for your testimony. And one of the things on my agenda for this term is to really help focus on the judicial branch and seeing what I and my colleagues could do to really help push this forward, because a lot of things in our community are tied up because of dealing with the court system. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the time, and I look forward to working with you guys.
And thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. I believe Senator Bolkes, did you have a point of information?
No, I was waiting for the second.
Okay. At this time, the chair would recognize Senator Ray Fonseca for his 7 minutes. Senator Fonseca, kindly proceed with your 7 minutes of questioning.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, and pleasant good afternoon to the testifiers, Administrator, Ms. deChabert, Petersen. Okay, I like your comment when you say we playing mathematician here. So I'm going to take you up on that a little bit here. So I notice the trends, right? That the case, criminal jury filings is kind of like on an upward trend. Would you agree?
If that's what the numbers say, because the numbers are just what the numbers are. So if the trend is showing you increasing over time, that That report is showing you what has been filed.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you know, I wanted to find out because since our population has gone down about a little bit less than 20%, you think there's more happening now, or people are more, you know, case happy? People want to file more cases, or things that was happening before that people weren't filing are now filing? Why do you think that is?
I think, and it's hard, like I said, because I talk about being able to do a deep dive in the data, which isn't something that we've been able to do. We're trying to get more sophisticated reporting capabilities and a body or bodies to conduct those analyses and maybe project out what we can anticipate based on what we've seen. So I'm just basically presenting the numbers. There could be a lot of societal reasons as to why they're going up or down, or major events, like I indicated, the hurricanes and the pandemic, where obviously filings were down. So of course it's going to look like filings are up in 2023 because they couldn't file, or, you know.
Okay.
So there's a lot of different reasons as to why you see the peaks and the valleys that, you know, we have to look at what's happening in the territory at the time.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm not a member of the Rules Committee, but, you know, being the chair of the Health Hospitals and Human Services, I wanted to ask you the mental health caseload. Do you know do you have any statistics on the trends of the mental health caseloads?
I have not pulled and isolated those to look at those trends, but a lot of those cases require constant monitoring, and it requires submissions and timely submissions from whether it's Department of Health, Department of Human Services. You know, you have challenges with evaluations that need to be submitted in order for the judges to make an informed decision. So there's a myriad of stuff, but when it comes to those cases, I think it's a system issue, not just a court issue, and that we would probably get more data from looking at everybody's role and how we can improve those case outcomes.
Okay, and then I wanted to touch with Human Services because, you know, we have a situation where there's borders in the hospital, and the Commissioner of Human Services gave testimony to the committee where family members, you know, would present to the emergency room with their family members, you know, a loved one, and then the hospital would, you know, do the treatment, and they are to a state where they no longer need emergency care, they're ready to be discharged, but the family members just would refuse to pick them up. And I was wondering, because I'm considering some legislation, because that seems to be like an abandonment. I mean, it's difficult because it's an adult, you don't really have a responsibility, but sometimes they have payments, they're receiving, you know, financial payments, Medicaid, you know, pensions, et cetera, since they are now, well, it's not officially a ward of the state until it go through the courts, but temporarily, the government still have a responsibility now to provide the care because the family member refused to pick him up. So I'm looking at some legislation so that we can recoup some of those resources, because the commissioner mentioned that, you know, it's an issue sometimes where the family members have guardianship and they've abandoned them or left them in the hospital and did not pick them up, but they continue to, you know, be in charge of their finances, etc. And that doesn't seem to be fair, you know. So I'm definitely in favor of your proposal for the senior sitting judges. I looked at that, and I think that that 180-day grace period should be extended until, you know, the successor is appointed or qualified. So I'm definitely in favor of that. So I wanted to ask you now, because the budget chair earlier asked you about your finances. Is the court has accounts payable? How is your accounts payable? Do you owe WAPA, or what are your largest debts now, and what's the total accounts payable?
Paulette Rapsat Simmons, Chief Financial Officer. Senator, earlier I mentioned that that backlog we normally prepare for the budget, so I didn't have that currently here with me. The recurring monthly expenditures, which includes WAPA, is in the neighborhood of $385,000 monthly.
Yeah, because I looked at the last statement that we got from WAPA when the government had paid the hospital and waste management. The courts was good. That was good. You guys were paying your bill on time. Yeah, I think you're like the legislature. The legislature pays the bills on time too, so that's good. You have to be responsible with that. So I wanted to ask you one final question here regarding the shortage of court reporters and the stenographic reporters. Being in the Virgin Islands, you use online services or
30 seconds.
You don't? So what's your solution for that?
I want to say that we're going on 2 years now. We implemented, she's not there, Regina Petersen, Administrator of Courts. With the, I would say it's CARES Act funds, right? We made all of our courtrooms high-tech courtrooms and used technology called JABS. So with that, we now have been able to introduce what's called a qualified electronic reporter, or what we call digital court reporters, to augment the stenographic reporters, because we can't control the shortage, but we have to mitigate and figure out how to fill the gap. And so right now we have, I think, 2 that we developed a program. We have 2 that went through the program successfully, are at various stages of certification to augment, for example, that in-court notation on the record, because the equipment is recording and they can then annotate as they go, which makes it easy to then generate a record later. That's our strategy for ensuring that we have coverage. But of course, there are going to be those things like trials and evidentiary hearings that they're going to require a physical court reporter. So we are trying to augment to ensure that we have a body available, so that isn't another reason for delay of a proceeding because we don't have a court reporter available.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you so kindly for the time.
And you're welcome, Senator Fonseca. I wanted to follow up on a question that Senator Fonseca asked, and it's a very critical question because we do have a major issue in the Virgin Islands relative to our mental health aspect. Yes, so I wanted to ask you, he mentioned about the mental health caseloads, but he didn't ask you for the information. Would you be able to extrapolate from your data, Administrator deChabert Petersen, the caseload that the judiciary faces with persons who have mental health?
I'm not going to throw Tamara under the bus, but she can probably add to what I'm going to say. And that is, like I've mentioned, we've had data conversion to data conversion to data conversion, and now you have new case filings. And what we've tried to do, for example, like when y'all passed the stalking and harassment, is then we then realize this is something we need to track, and then have to create a docket to be able to track point forward in terms of gathering that data. Similarly, in our CMS, we have to try to identify the points where there's been a request for evaluation, there's a mental health component, because that can happen in just about any case. So we have to look at how we configure that to be able to pull a report that says, yes, these are cases that have a mental health component to it, in order for us to give you the numbers. To say that we have that capability, no, we would have to actually probably be going through manually, because if we pull by docket or by party appearing, we still have to aggregate to put that data together, because there isn't a docket for mental health.
I know that this body would be very interested in knowing that. This body has moved significant amount of legislation as well as funding to address this mental health crisis that we are experiencing. And we also need to get that level, and I'm sure that that information can be shared with the executive branch relative to what is being done, how those cases are being disposed of, and the like. So I definitely would be interested in knowing that, and I'm sure the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Chair will be interested in knowing that number as well. So we definitely would like to see something like that done, if possible.
I need programmers.
I know you're the only programmers. So
I am not a programmer.
But-
They print a report and I try to make sense out of the report.
Okay,
but
so
I need.
I'm sure that's one of those critical asks that you have.
Yeah, that's looking towards business intelligence, a
Right,
unit that we haven't developed yet.
For fiscal year 2026. Okay, so we look forward to seeing that, and hopefully we can work in tandem to realize that, because we need to have the data, and I am all with you. I'm all in about being data-driven. Thank you so much. Senator Avery Lewis, you are recognized for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Ms. Petersen,
Yes, sir.
before I ask my line of question, I just want to make a statement. You know, in the past, I used to admire looking at your building. I say, my son, the court is one place to really keep their place pristine. What happened? What gone wrong?
You know what, Senator? I'm glad you asked that question.
And instead of talking about your
No,
neighbors who are neighborly, let's talk about your side.
Well, we recently painted, but you know it's roadside, so
Yeah.
it's going to be. It's going to get soot on it on a regular basis. And we replaced the red roof, so we have nice roof panels and everything
You used
else
to
like that.
manicure the place so well, man. I used to like your bright, vibrant
all of
flowers,
that,
man.
yes.
Even for Christmas, you forget the lights.
Well, we didn't. Did we not put up lights? We put up a tree.
Okay.
We put up a tree, exactly. You know, it's all expenses. But I think the reason I'm happy you asked the question is because for a long time, people thought we owned the complex. And we are a tenant in that complex. And so we've been called slumlord, we've been called a lot of things because when our coffers were good, we paid for everything. We did our building, we did PD building, we maintained everything. So it is a byproduct of dwindling capital funding.
And I agree with you because I remember one time I said to young government house now, I said, man, take some of them extra plant and just try the other side a little bit to make it look good now. But anyhow, moving on. Thank you for that. The court is in a process, I think, of, in your testimony you talked on page 4 and 5, you elaborated about the e-ticketing.
Yeah.
You didn't really go into it, but there's some challenges. Help me to help you. What kind of challenges we having?
Well, I could yield to Ms. Charles because she's actively on that project. I think that we've been making good progress on that project, but in the middle of that, we're also doing a system upgrade. So those connections have to be reestablished because
so your system that we have all the components to speak to BMV, speak to you, to the courts. We have all of that in place. So
Tamara?
It's still a progress.
I haven't been on the last citation meeting.
And while we're at it, have we upgraded the citation book?
Oh, you're hitting all my nice points. Have we upgraded the citation book?
Well, you're working with,
Citations are the responsibility of VIPD. We took control of it once upon a time, and we've relinquished the control back.
Thank you for that. But could I get a response to the first question?
I asked Ms.
Tamara
Charles.
Clerk of the Superior Court. Regarding the question on BMV, we do have an integration with BMV, and that is active. That usually does not have any issues. During the upgrade, which occurred in our case management system in November, during that upgrade, we've had a few hiccups that we're trying to figure out on the vendor side. But for the most part, that integration is working well. Most of the BMV inquiries, so they have to inquire on their end to check the cases or the traffic tickets and see which ones have outstanding liens. That works. If a person appears to BMV and they don't come to the court first, that's okay, because that integration takes care of BMV being able to go into our system. It's a read-only system, so that works. E-citation, just as a follow-up, the e-citation project is active with VIPD and Office of Highway Safety. That is made much progress. At least years ago, it kind of stands still for a while, but that progress has been made. And we have done like preliminary testing with VIPD. There was a training maybe a month or two ago just to try to get like some user acceptance testing, but that has some headway. I've been at the court for some time and have been a part of many of the projects that they've had, and this one seems to be going to be successful, where we're going to start. I think they had a timeline of before summer, but that should be wrapping up shortly with VIPD.
So, Ms. Charles, is it any equipment needed to come to the island for the officers to implement these things? Would it be? I mean, it may not be the court, but I'm just asking, are the equipment here for that?
Yes, that is the e-citation. We're just a partner in that. So VIPD, as far as I'm aware, they have a vendor that's handling all of that with the e-citation, but they're gonna have handhelds for the officers and all of that. So I think that their contract with the vendor includes all of that equipment, but that is definitely a VIPD project.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Petersen, I know with all the budget constraints and things you have going on, just help me, what couple austerity measures you have put in place to assist?
Regina Petersen,
1 minute.
Administrator of Courts, and I'm probably going to wake up Senator Gittins on this one. But one of the long-standing austerity measures that was in place, and we listened to the senators and we tried to implement piece by piece as we can. But the biggest austerity measures was paid overtime, because that's something that you can't manage. We reinstituted that in certain circumstances, and so we process them as those hours arrive, pay cycle by pay cycle, to be able to control something that can blow anybody's budget away. But if I look at all austerity measures, that's probably the biggest austerity measures. So LEOs do get their overtime. Other areas of the court, when there's special projects and prior approval, will get paid overtime. And that's how we're managing that. Otherwise, we're a comp time entity. But that was a measure of austerity, and also something that we're watching carefully so that we can control how that impacts the budget. We're going to be looking at our operations. But the thing is, for us, is that we operate extremely lean. We don't have fat to trim. We come here and we ask to fill 20 of 60 positions. And so, we try to backfill when we get a vacancy. And like I told you, we don't have a lot of room to cut. We have a lot of technology. A lot of that technology requires a lot of maintenance. So when we're looking at stuff, there's contracts I can't cut. That's my support and maintenance for all the money that we've invested in technology. Yeah. It's a process.
Hold right there. I mean, Madam Chair, if I may just ask one more question and then on my way. I'm glad that
you may proceed, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. I'm glad that you touch on technology, because that was my last, not my last question, but since I got a break. You know, what are some of the technological advancements you're making in the courts to address like your case management, even to your public engagement? You know, what are you doing to streamline things in the court, make things more efficient and futuristic?
Try not to go too far in the future. Of course, the biggest thing, like I said, was the CMS, upgrading the CMS in 2020. And our current pain point is the upgrade of the CMS now. Because of that term upgrade, people think, oh, I'm getting something better or something different. But this particular upgrade that we're doing is to move us to the latest supported version. So things may change. The public might not be happy because they're accustomed to how it looked like for the past 4 years, and now it's changed and it's moved to someplace else. But it's a necessary transition if we're going to expect vendor support, one, and even control the cost of vendor support. Because if you buy a box service or a box software, you have to try to align as much as possible with the original architecture. When you start customizing, you customize yourself right out of the market, and you also limit the amount of people that will be able to support your project.
Thank you for your responses. I don't know if there's going to be another wrong, but thank you for your responses. Thank you to the court for all you do every day for the people of the Virgin Islands. Really glad I am not in probate, but I heard your testimony, and thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the flexibility.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Madam Clerk, kindly place 7 minutes on the clock for me. I've been on a roll, keeping within my time, and I'm not going to get out of the roll today, even though I am chairing this committee. Now, Mr. Secretary mentioned about the technological use in managing the court activities. I recall, speaking of technology, that when I was a freshman senator, and we have had a discussion on it, that I passed a bill which was the Uniform Electronic Legal Material Act. That was passed as Act number 8462. That was passed to really allow people to have access to court documents electronically. How are we looking as far as the implementation, what of that act, so that our people can have access to justice?
Well, Senator, again, Regina deChabert Petersen for the Judiciary. I don't like technicalities, but I'm going to say technically, we are complying to the extent that you have public portal. Okay. You have access, you can download, you can go on, it's free of charge. You can search by case, you can open up your docket, you can download the orders or the pleadings in the system. But when I highlight technically is, can we look at doing it better? Can we look at making it easier to navigate? Yes, we can, and we probably should. That would entail one of the projects that we have on the horizon, which is it's time for us to reevaluate and take a look at our portal. Our Judicial Branch webpage. We need to modernize it. We need to make it simpler to navigate. The information is there, but you got to know how to find it. So I would say technically, we're compliant, but we can always do better.
Yes, and that's what I'm getting at. And if we could get a sense from you what that would look like, and maybe some costs associated with it. Because I had a conversation with a teacher last evening, and she and I was trying to find a law. And we sometimes just Google and get Justicia. And it helps if we could go to this one portal to be able to get access to our revised Organic Act, the session laws, and the like. Those were some of the port and also the VI code.
I will say that we offer the VI code on our website as a resource for free.
Good.
So it's just probably that we need to look at the navigation, but you can always search the code through our website.
Great. And our legislative code reviser is here, and he's taking note as well, because that's something I know that the Judicial Branch has as one of its priorities, access to justice for everyone. So that's a great thing. Now, I want to go to some of your more operational items. It wasn't visited here in your testimony, but I do want to ask you if you have various policies in place for vehicle usage, and how do you manage that, especially when you have, I'm not talking about the judges, I'm talking about other staff. How the judges or justices, other staff member, how is that managed? We had before us recently the Department of Property and Procurement, and the legislature is also looking at those aspects. How do you manage that in your branch of government?
We do, as a separate branch of government, separate co-equal branch of government, we do have policies, procurement policies, personnel policies, vehicle policies, travel policies. So we do. With respect to vehicle usage, and we also, I think, unlike most of government, we actually insure our fleet as well. But in terms of managing, I'm not sure what your question is in terms of how do we manage our fleet?
How do you manage it? Are they, you have, say you have an employee, they need to use the vehicle, but they have another job, and they are using the vehicle to transport themselves, government vehicle, to the second job because you haven't given them a raise or they aren't making sufficient. I'm just saying, do you manage that? Do you have any way of monitoring that usage as well?
Well, I think that we have a certain class of employees based on the nature of their jobs that they operate judicial branch vehicles 24/7.
And what positions would those be?
Of course, like you said, excluding the judges, management. We have our marshals, our LEOs, and often they're assigned to a judge as well. So they have duties that, they could be called at any given time. So I'm sure that the vehicles that are seen at their second job or whatever else is probably involving a marshal that's also assigned to a judicial officer. But we do have policies in place, and our employees, we think, are very responsible with how they handle the court's resources.
As the court's administrator, do you think it is fiscally responsible to have those vehicles being spotted at their other job, even though, that's government property? How does your policy outline that?
Our policy is 24/7, and I guess I would couch it in a different way from my standpoint. Would I want a judicial emergency to arise and the assigned marshal to have to go to the court, pick up the vehicle, and then go respond to the judicial emergency?
Okay.
So there's, I think, a lot of give and take and balance. We monitor our gas consumption. We monitor the maintenance on our vehicles. A lot of our staff, and I hate to say it, they often treat it as home fleet and invest in maintaining their vehicles as well. But overall, I think that we're very responsible with how we manage our fleet, and we look at gas consumption so we can tell the anomalies and make the adjustments.
Thank you so much, Administrator deChabert Petersen. Colleagues, we are going to go to a lightning second round 2 minutes. We will begin with, of course, Mr. At-Large Senator Angel L. Boquez, Jr. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to talk a little bit about technology and modernization efforts. Have you, I should say, invested in modernizing the operations of the court in the sense of electronic filing, virtual hearings, and case management system upgrades recently?
Yes, Senator. When we implemented C-Track, which is a new case management system, one of the primary reasons was to introduce electronic filing at the trial court. Prior to that, everything was paper filing. Yeah, we also took advantage of the ARPA funds or CARES Act funds to upgrade all of the technology, make every courtroom in the judiciary a high-tech courtroom, which facilitated the ability for remote appearances and even recording in a courtroom. So now every courtroom has that technology. You can appear remotely. So we've done a lot. We've utilized a lot of the opportunities to be able to do that.
Okay, excellent, because last legislature we passed the Child Victim Rights Act, which had a component whereas the child would be able to appear remotely because, you know, the re-traumatization that a child could actually potentially undergo during that process. I'm happy to hear that. Concerning cybersecurity, are there any cybersecurity measures or digital safeguards in place to protect sensitive court documents or records and ensuring that the integrity of electronic case management is protected?
Cybersecurity is huge for our technology team. It's something that we guard. We frequently send out phishing and we test our own staff on potential harmful occurrences, and we report out who got caught, who didn't get caught, because we want them to know, because our data is important, our network is important, security is important, but again, cybersecurity is expensive. So don't be surprised when you see that IT budget.
I'm fully aware, and I will say that we've been seeing a lot of cybersecurity issues coming up. And since the 35th, I've been working on a bill with BIT in reference to cybersecurity, much like the Microsoft Suite system that the entire government is able to access under BIT at a lower cost, whereas we would have cybersecurity specifically under BIT so that each government entity would then pay less for cybersecurity, and the communication between ones and zeros, meaning the language, would just be streamlined rather than different agencies having different types of cybersecurity systems. And when a threat does arise, then when BIT tries to step in to assist, it may not align with how their system works. And then there has to be customization that comes at a cost. So looking forward to seeing that line item on cybersecurity, but I know it's something that's relatively important to the entire government of the Virgin Islands as we protect the information of our people.
And if I may respond, Senator, early on, we partnered on what you would call volume licensing to avail ourselves of those discounts. So our initial contracts with Microsoft volume licensing was as you could say, a partnership effort, understanding that we are a separate, independent branch of government, and we also operate on a different network than the government. But we do take advantage of the volume, the purchase power of volume purchasing.
It's the best route. And I apologize, Madam Chair, I did not hear my time being called.
You are forgiven. Just let's try to stay within our time. The chair would now recognize Mr. Vice Chair Kenneth L. Gittins for your 2 minutes lightning round. Thank you.
I know how you're stressing this too, but I would love to finish my line of questioning here, please. Now, quickly, you said you're a tenant in the complex. Who's your landlord?
Well, title of that facility vests in GVI. So the management, I have a lease
slow
yet.
down. I got 2 minutes.
Okay.
So you paying rent?
No, we pay to maintain.
Okay, thank you. I figured so. E-citation, been attacked for the last 20 years. All I'm gonna ask is that we need to get this finalized, please. This has been too long.
We've done our part.
We've also named the courthouse building in the honor of Vern Hodge.
Yep.
When will this final naming take place?
Well, I am exploring the costs associated with
1 minute
erecting signage. And I appreciate the appropriation, but I can tell you that signage far exceeds that. We are looking to try to pick a date, but it has to be, of course, timed with how long it's going to take to produce that signage. But it has been put on my plate.
I don't think he has anywhere to go right now, but let's do it now while he's still up and around and able to walk into that building.
It is a priority.
Okay.
30 seconds.
Now, let's go back to, hold on 30 seconds, please. Now, let's go back to when I asked about the number of judges, and you broke it down, 5 per district, and 2 magistrates per district, and you made sure you said something about not including family. So of the 5 and 5, how many of those would you remove from that 5 to handle just family matters?
No, by law, you have family designated judges. So my point was, when you're looking at the 5, it's not across all case types because one in each.
I understand that. But meaning, of those 5, at least one of those judges have family court.
Correct.
Right?
2.
Huh?
In each district,
Right, in each
at
district,
least one
right?
is strictly family.
Okay, don't make me think like I forget what's going on.
Yeah,
I understand it very well. So meaning now we've reduced that 5 to 4. Because I am still looking at the number of cases. Now, while I think you all are doing a good job, there's a lot of work for us to get done. I don't think that these cases are moving swift enough. We've had, 35 homicides in 2023, 40 homicides in 2024, with about 6 arrests. So let's just deal with about the 6 arrests in the 2024 homicides. How many of those cases have we actually heard and or completed?
I can't answer that question.
So
I would have to.
And this is what I'm talking about, because we're talking about the operations of the courts and the movement of cases and whatnot. So I want to be able to even justify even increasing the number of judges to get cases going. We don't want to just do this and then we have cases still sitting, because that was why I took all the blows that I took for the merger of the courts, and to make sure that we include the magistrate judges. So we're going to need to have conversation on probably increasing their duties and responsibilities. But we must be able to get these things moved. And quickly now, I've been hearing the outcry of property owners about the difficulty of evicting tenants and whatnot. So if a landlord files an eviction case today, what's the average wait time to get this matter taken care of?
I haven't conducted that evaluation, so I would have to do that.
Okay, do that for me, and then I will contact you after. And the last thing is about individuals currently on electric monitoring. How many do we have right now per district?
I don't have that number
I'll tell you
offhand.
what, I'm going to ask you publicly to call the next Judicial Council meetings. These are things that...
I believe it's already been put out.
It's out?
Yeah, April 25th, the date is out.
Madam Chair, you're holding out at me then. You're shouting out the date and all, you're holding out at me. But okay, so we'll handle that.
Correct.
In that forum. Thank you for your responses. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And if you have items that you're going to be adding to the agenda, just give me a heads up so I can prepare the data accordingly for that meeting.
If I may answer Senator Gittins regarding the eviction timeframe, if that's possible.
How I forgot that you're over there in St. Croix. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to see
So
you.
evictions, usually any of our magistrate type cases, which are evictions, small claims, stalking harassments, those are given priority hearing dates. So if I came today to file an eviction case, I get a hearing date within 2 weeks. It's rare that I'm gonna get a hearing date that is past a month unless that filer specifically requests a date down the line. Maybe they're traveling or something and they can't make it to court, but the clerk's office routinely give you a date that is a 2-week period from the date of filing.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's responses like that I like to look forward to. 2 weeks, within 2 weeks. Thank you so much. At least a schedule.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Put on the clock not yet. So going forward, Senator Gittins, my dear Vice Chair, I will be sure to text you those dates so that it's right there at your fingertips. Because I get the notices and I see your staff may be copied in on it, but I'll be sure to communicate. Madam Clerk, 2 minutes for me, please. Kindly indicate for us, Administrator deChabert, Petersen, your retention of document policy. That's a huge thing for me because we have and are collecting a lot of documents, legal documents, and there are times, I'm going to tell you, I have encountered an issue with someone and they needed a copy of an order. And it was lucky that I had maintained that copy because they were going other places. But tell me, how is that working? Do you have a retention of documents policy, and how is that done?
Regina Petersen, again for the Judiciary. We have adopted a retention and destruction policy.
1 minute.
So we don't, and up until the adoption of that document, and since the adoption of that document, because we haven't implemented yet, we retain everything in perpetuity. So unless a record has been destroyed, it is in storage and has to be retrieved. So as it stands right now, we are sitting on a lot of paper. We have a project currently where we're going to be in a different warehouse space. We have to relocate and digitize. And we adopted the schedules so that we could make those determinations on what documents are ready for destruction so we're not having to move everything that we've kept forever.
Okay, and quickly, is that new document available on your website?
No, we haven't posted it up on the website, but I can make it available.
Thank you so kindly. Time. Members, I went within...
If I may, Madam Chair?
You may proceed, Ms. Simmons.
Yes, you did ask about the amount for the increments that we had provided for in the FY25 budget, and I'd like to provide you with that information. That total increment amount to bring employees on par with the compensation study was $923,000 rounded in total.
$923K. Okay. Thank you so kindly, Ms. Rapsad Simmons, for your efficiency. Okay. At this time, members, I don't believe we have any other burning questions. We have already another segment on our agenda is here and been patiently waiting. And so at this time, we will ask Administrator of Courts, Ms. Regina deChabert Petersen, to kindly close out with 30 seconds closing remarks. Kindly proceed.
Regina Petersen on behalf of the Judiciary and my team here, I thank you for the opportunity to tell our story, so to speak, because as you correctly pointed out, we don't normally come down to tell our story, as we usually just appear for the budget process. So I wanted to take full advantage of the opportunity to talk about what the courts are doing, and going forward, we will be looking at how does the silent branch not be as silent, and how, we inform the public, basically going beyond civic education. That's why I thought that there was a lot of value in this hearing, because we had an opportunity to give a view into the operations of the branch. So I thank you for that opportunity. I thank the Rules and Judiciary Committee for considering our bills as your rules specify. And I'm glad that my apprehensions about whether this was oversight or just really wanting to have a discussion have been allayed to an extent, because we're always concerned about being an independent, separate, co-equal branch of government, and not wanting to set precedent that, it's going to be difficult to change.
And I thank you for that. Part of what we do is, of course, this is the first branch of government, and everyone comes before this branch of government. And that is a very real and very critical responsibility we have as elected officials representing our people. I take my position very seriously with oversight and to ask those questions, because hardworking taxpayers, money is what pays me, and it's what also pays you. So at the end of the day, we all are answerable to them for what we do on their behalf under the wonderful Constitution of the United States, to see that democracy and justice is done. And so I really appreciate you and your team being here today with us, and for answering candidly all the questions that we have put forward to you. I hope you will visit us, and we know we will give you that opportunity in the future. Thank you so much, and you are released from your testimony before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 10 minutes. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading Block 2 of today's agenda into the record.
Block 2, 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. Dr. Safiya George, Governor's Nominee, Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation, District Governing Board of St. Thomas, St. John. This ends the reading of Block 2 reading, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Before we swear in Dr. George, I want to take this opportunity to really highlight a young lady who is sitting at my left today, and that's my intern, Miss Tanise LeBlanc. Miss LeBlanc is a 17-year-old high school student who attends the Ivana Eudora Ken High School. Miss LeBlanc will be graduating with honors from that school in this year, 2025, and she plans, and she's already gotten her acceptance letter for the University of the Virgin Islands. She's just walking very well in my footsteps, having also graduated from Ivana Eudora Ken High School and a graduate of the University of the Virgin Islands. However, Ms. LeBlanc does not plan to stay with the University of the Virgin Islands unless you offer this type of career path, which is medical diagnostic sonography. So she wants to be in that technical area. So I really appreciate her being here. She's working a lot in my office, and I really want to give a big shout out to Ms. Dara Batiste from Ivana Eudora Ken High School, who every year sends me a great caliber of young people, and we are deeply appreciative for the opportunity to train them. So at this time, I would like to recognize the president of the University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Safiya George. Welcome. Just check your mic.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Great. And Dr. George, as was stated in our agenda, is here as a governor's nominee for the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Governing Board for the St. Thomas, St. John District. At this time, Dr. George, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and kindly stand. As I administer the oath, do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? As you have stated, we thank you so much. Kindly be seated. Kindly proceed, Dr. George, with your written testimony which you submitted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairperson Joseph, Honorable Senator Lewis, members of the 36th Legislature, and of course, distinguished guests and all those viewing online. I'm honored to be here today, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to be considered for service on the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation District Governing Board for the St. Thomas, St. John District. I appreciate the confidence placed in me through this nomination, and I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the vital work of strengthening healthcare governance in our territory. As president of the University of the Virgin Islands, I've dedicated my career to courageous, caring leadership, research, and transformational healthcare. I believe that strong Strategic leadership and collaboration are essential to improving healthcare access, quality, and sustainability in our community. Throughout my nearly 30-year career in healthcare, I've remained committed to improving patient outcomes, advancing healthcare education, and strengthening the connection between healthcare institutions and the communities that they serve. My journey began in 1997 as a registered nurse right here on St. Thomas at Seaview Nursing Home and Rehabilitation Center, followed by years of clinical experience at Juan Louis Medical Center and multiple leading institutions, including Johns Hopkins University Hospital, Grady Memorial Hospital, Northside Hospital, Piedmont Medical Center in Atlanta, and others. In addition, my early training as a nursing student at University of the Virgin Islands provided me with hands-on experience and training at the Schneider Regional Medical Center, as well as outpatient clinics here on St. Thomas, as well as on St. Croix. Beyond direct care, I've had nearly 20 years of higher education, focusing on healthcare education in particular and workforce development. I've served on numerous healthcare boards, including an international board representing 30,000 nurses globally, where I served as an active leader for over a decade and served as a member for more than 20 years. My service also includes organizations such as Boca Helping Hands, which addresses food security, job training, and healthcare access, including primary care and behavioral health care in Palm Beach County, Florida. Additionally, as chair of the Florida Association of College of Nursing, I was part of the leadership team that successfully advocated for legislative support to expand nursing education and strengthen partnerships between universities and healthcare institutions across the entire state of Florida. As a health scientist, I've authored more than 50 peer-reviewed journal articles and contributed to multiple book chapters. My research has focused primarily on critical public health issues, including HIV/AIDS outcomes, sexually transmitted infections, and risk behaviors. I've also leveraged data science and machine learning to develop predictive models for COVID-19 outcomes, such as mortality risk, ICU admissions, hospital length of stay, and ventilator use, as well as models to predict Alzheimer's disease and related dementias. Besides my PhD in nursing, I've been nationally recognized for my outstanding contributions in the healthcare industry. I have significant professional certifications, advanced practice, and other credentials that indicate my level of research and clinical experience. So with this breadth and depth of experience in both healthcare and education, I'm eager to bring my expertise to the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation District Governing Board of the St. Thomas St. Don District, and to contribute to efforts that enhance healthcare access, quality, and innovation in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. George, for that very insightful and great summation of your background and your qualification to serve in the capacity that the governor has nominated you for. Colleagues, we will begin a line of questioning with one round of 3 minutes. At this time, I'd like to recognize at-large Senator, the Honorable Angel Boquez Jr., to proceed with your line of questioning.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good afternoon to our nominee, Madam President Dr. Safiya George. I have no doubt that you are exemplary in what you do and qualified for the position before you. But yet and still, I would like to ask a few questions. You have extensive experience in the healthcare sector, leadership and research and academic administration. With your strengths that you have, how do you plan to translate this expertise into effective governance and oversight for the Health and Hospital Facilities Corporation? What are some of the issues that you believe are going to be your priority if and when you become a member?
Thank you for the question, Senator Boquez. And so as a healthcare provider myself, having worked in many hospitals, including some of our hospitals right here in the Virgin Islands, I recognize that the employees at those hospitals, of course, are credentialed themselves, and so know the patient delivery side. But I think as a member of the board, if my nomination is confirmed, I'd be looking forward to working very closely with the rest of the board and the chair to address the issues before us. I know financial sustainability of hospitals is always top of mind, and as well as maintaining high quality service and the outcomes of those hospitals. There are a number of metrics that hospitals, of course, have to track and meet. So looking at the data and seeing how we can continue to improve those outcomes, improve any that are below where they need to be, and helping to identify ways where we can improve the financial sustainability of
1 minute.
the hospitals and facilities.
Okay, thank you for that very thorough response. And Dr. George, you've served on multiple boards in the healthcare sector or healthcare organizations, and I've obviously been a part of many research initiatives based on the packet that we've received. Can you highlight any specific initiative or policy change that you championed or are part of a team of individuals championing for this effort in your
30
previous
seconds.
roles that improved any hospital or healthcare operations or patient outcomes?
Yeah, so I think the one that comes top of mind is when I was at Emory Healthcare in Atlanta, Georgia, and that's an academic health center, which I'm very fascinated with because of how they operate and the emphasis that they place on research and evidence-based practice. And so in that setting, with a team, we were able to focus on ventilator-assisted infections, for example, which is an example of a hospital-acquired infection, or HAI, and looking at what nursing care in particular could do and small tweaks and changes to reduce those ventilator-associated infections. And of course, initiatives like this are typically grassroots, so happening at the unit level, but also happening across units, and can be applied to other things, whether it's infections that people get from catheters or catheter-associated infections and others. So that's one example. There are others, but I heard time called.
Well, thank you for your response, and I want to thank the governor for his selection for this nominee and look forward to voting at the affirmative time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Bolquez. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Ray Fonseca, non-committee member, for your 3 minutes. Kindly proceed.
Thank you.
Media, go ahead.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair. Dr. George, it's an honor and a privilege, and it's so nice to see such a impeccably qualified nominee come before the Rules Committee. I'm not a member of this committee, so at this round I don't have a vote, but I am sure you'll be approved because it's impeccable qualifications. I wanted to go quickly to two areas because you're also the president of the University of the Virgin Islands. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the president of the University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Safiya George.
Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to discuss the medical school and the residency programs, the shortages of physicians, shortages of nurses, and I also wanted to discuss the endowments so that we can get the medical school fully certified. So can you briefly detail to me how the university can help the overall healthcare industry of the Virgin Islands in all those areas?
I'm going to need more time. I'm just going to ask in advance.
You can proceed.
Thank you. But thank you for the question, Senator Fonseca. And so where UVI is with the medical school, as you know, we have a classroom building that we had a grand opening for. However, we currently, of course, do not have an LCME accredited medical school. We're working closely with our Board of Trustees And we're also having conversations with several other LCME accredited medical schools on the mainland to explore the opportunities for partnership to at least start our medical school in partnership for a number of years, whether it's 5 or 10, and then eventually, as we build capacity and build our foundation reserves, as you talk about, we can grow that. You also asked about residency and the importance of medical school to healthcare. And so one thing that's important to establish a medical school in the Virgin Islands territory, it would not just only be, in my opinion, and that of many others, producing medical doctors to enter the workforce. I think it will also attract other healthcare providers to the territory, as well as, of course, serve as workforce development for the entire territory. But it would also help, in partnership with the hospitals and the Department of Health, to create an environment of an academic health center. So I mentioned that earlier when I gave that example about Emory Healthcare. Johns Hopkins is another academic health center. And so what happens is an academic health center, evidence and research, lifelong learning, lots of training, residencies, as you mentioned, are very attractive to the physician workforce, but also have been shown to have better outcomes than hospitals that are non-academic health centers. So it's a milieu and an environment in which excellence thrives in terms of clinical care and outcomes, and those hospitals usually tend to have better rankings. If you look at U.S. News and World Reports, they have better report cards. And for example, for our endowment, most universities, when they apply to become an LCME accredited medical school, their endowments range from $50 million and usually $75 million to 100, upwards of 100 million. Ours is nowhere near there. And so we do need more in terms of our endowments. We've applied twice so far, and some of the feedback was we didn't have enough financial sustainability, to be honest. So one of the main factors preventing us from getting an LCME accredited medical school on our own, in particular, is that our foundation reserves are not high enough, not anywhere where they need to be.
Madam Chair, can I just wrap up with one question?
You may perceive the gentleman from Savan and Bovoni.
Yes, thank you. So specifically then, I am of the understanding that we're about 10 million short in the endowment so that we could be, or what's the number?
20 million minimum.
20 million minimum.
The
Thank
first,
you.
Yep, yes, Senator.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Madam. Yes.
What I was going to say is the first few years, it'll take at least 3 to 5 million per year to operate it, but even before we can even start generating our own revenues, it'll be several years out. So we'll need at least 20 million minimum to be able to function solidly in a financial footing to be able to offer our students what they would need and to be able to honestly hire and retain the best faculty. Because the goal is, we don't want to rush to get a medical school. We want a medical school at the University of the Virgin Islands that will be top class, top rated to produce the best doctors in the region, in the country, and in the world, so that we can positively impact healthcare right here in the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, well, we got to find a way to get you that 20 million minimum quick.
Please,
yes,
thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time and your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. There was some very probing question, and I allowed that leniency because you chair a very critical committee for this 36th legislature, the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Hospitals. And so your line of questioning is very critical to the work that Dr. Safiya George is being nominated for. At this time, the chair would recognize Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis, for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good afternoon. Virgin Islands, good afternoon. Ms. George.
Good afternoon.
Dr. George.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, I do apologize. Dr. George. Good afternoon, colleagues. That's right. Ms. George, first let me say thank you for answering the call to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. Even thank you more for coming home to lead my alma mater, University of the Virgin Islands. It's a pleasure. Now, let's dig in.
All right.
Dr. George, how do you plan to address the challenges of limited resources and funding while ensuring access to quality healthcare for all residents of the St. Thomas and for the territory? Let's put it that way.
Great question. We do have a huge task ahead of us. I won't belittle the efforts that have already been made. I am not here as a savior by any means, and I know that our providers, our CEOs have been working very diligently to serve the people of the Virgin Islands in terms of the healthcare that they provide. Now, I know that if we look at the data, the healthcare data for our territory, whether it's the epidemiological data or the community health assessment data, even if you look at what the top causes of death are, right, in terms of cancer, homicide, injuries, we have heart disease. We have a lot of work to do. Premature deaths, I think the life expectancy here is in the 70s. It's 78.5 or so. In other parts of the U.S., they're in the 80s. We have to do better. I think working closely with the Department of Health, focusing on preventive health care is also a part of that solution. We know that acute care and tertiary care are important to meet the urgent needs of Virgin Islanders, anyone that lives here, and all of our visitors. So we want to make sure that our hospitals are in top-notch shape. I know that in some cases we sometimes struggle with specialists, right, attracting and retaining specialists or those specialty providers. We do some good in terms of outcomes in some of our metrics. The good thing is not many Virgin Islanders, for example, smoke when we look at those outcomes compared to the US and other countries. But when we look at the rates of heart disease, when we look at the rates of colorectal cancer screening, we are behind in the territory where we should be. Our homicide rates are right below Jamaica. People used to talk about how dangerous Jamaica is, and we're right under Jamaica in terms of our homicide rates. And so we know that there is work for us to do holistically in terms of when we think of the healthcare system. It's not just, I think many people think of hospitals, but it's more than just hospitals. And so I look forward to working with the board to look more closely and holistically at the data, to come together in shared governance to improve the health outcomes, as well as improve the hospital-specific outcomes, so that our residents and our visitors get, continued improvements in the care that they receive.
Good. Madam Chair, may I ask one more follow-up question?
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. Along the lines of where we're going, Dr. George, what strategies do you think are most effective here in the Virgin Islands to improve our healthcare delivery to our underdeserved or our vulnerable population?
I think there are a number of them. I think the partnership we have with the University of the Virgin Islands in terms of addressing healthcare delivery of care from nurses, right? I think we do good in terms of, as I've had recent conversations with Ms. Commission, for example, they hire several UVI graduates and are able to retain them, and that has helped reduce their costs that they were typically spending in terms of millions of dollars of savings from nursing staffing agencies, for example. So that's one cost-cutting measure, especially having healthcare providers who look like the patients which they treat in and of themselves. Research has shown over and over again improves healthcare outcomes, and the longer we can keep healthcare providers, there improve outcomes. But I also think, honestly, that without a medical school here, remember years ago, many of us used to go to Puerto Rico for healthcare. Many Virgin Islanders right now go to Florida for healthcare and other places. And wherever people go, they usually go to places that have academic health centers or where there are medical schools that are affiliated with those centers so that they can ensure they're getting the best care. If we continue in the Virgin Islands to be without a medical school, the longer we're out of the medical school, we're relying on physicians who come here either as locum tenens Of course, we do have our own physicians. I'm not diminishing that, who go on to leave here and go to Howard and other reputable universities and come back. And we're grateful to all of our amazing physicians that are here. But unless we have a good pipeline of physicians who train here, are invested in the healthcare system here, who help make improvements here, who engage in research here, who engage in residencies here, so that we can develop, in the long run, an academic health center,
Yes.
we will continue to struggle, in my opinion. And so I think that's one strategy. Chairwoman Joseph mentioned earlier that her intern is interested in ultrasonography. So I do think working closely with career and technical education is an important one, so that, of course, we have the best nurses. I talked about UVI's role in preparing future doctors, but also working with CTAE to develop programs where we could retain people like her to work in the workforce here. There are many examples I hear of, we might have certain equipment in our facilities, but we don't have enough MRI technicians, for example. That shouldn't be. And so I think really looking holistically at our workforce needs, and we don't have to do all as university, but we are very willing to partner so that we can provide a comprehensive gamut of educational preparation so that we can provide the workforce needed across the span and spectrum, whether it's from technical all the way to the doctoral level, so that we can right here have a very robust healthcare workforce.
So I look forward as I close, I look forward in the future to see you at our university, our high schools, or even our middle schools, because I believe, and I know for a fact, that the university have one of the best nursing programs, and hopefully we're going to have one of the best medical school programs in the United States.
Yes.
And I put them up against the best. And you being one of those products, I look forward to hearing you when you say you're up there recruiting and encouraging the young minds and getting them more involved in the field in more than one discipline. So I wholeheartedly support you with that, and I look forward for that announcement when you do make it, whenever. And I thank you again for your call to serve.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
And thank you so much, Senator Lewis. At this time, the chair would recognize Mr. President Milton Potter for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. George.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. First of all, I want to congratulate the governor for his wisdom in selecting you in nominating you for this position. I think it's a very important position, and thank you for your bravery, because we're at a very crucial and critical time when it comes to healthcare in our territory, and I know you bring a wealth of experience to us. What do you see as the most critical healthcare governance issues facing the territory right now? And I know you aren't in directly right now, so you would sort of be looking from the outside in. What do you see as the most critical governance issues facing our system today?
That's a great question. And I only recently moved back home since July, but of course, I follow all things Virgin Island as any good Virgin Islander does.
Absolutely.
Even while living away. And I know having, a hospital on each island, managing the challenges that they each manage, and having members of a board like this, and I understand that there are different levels, there are district boards, territorial board, and so I think that in and of itself, as I've heard in the past, has, provided some challenge in terms of membership or decision making. Of course, I believe in shared governance, and so would be, of course, working closely together with the members of the board, those leaders of those healthcare facilities and hospitals, the chair of the board, as well as those members of the board of the St. Croix district, right? Mm-hmm. And so having a meeting of the minds, I think, so that as we see wins in our facilities, that we can share those strategies with others. For example, right now, you may know, as you look at, Joint Commission and accreditation of our hospitals, they're not equal, right? And they're not equal by nature of accreditation versus non-accreditation because of outcomes, because of a number of things that I don't have all the details to go into, but that in and of itself says that there could be lessons learned. What is it that some of our facilities are doing well, that are working well, whether it's in terms of finances, whether it's in terms of practices that yield great outcomes. We should be sharing and learning so that we can capitalize on those wins and from those lessons learned. So I think some of that has to be looked at. But as a new person, of course, I would have some to learn and get up to speed on. But I think that's a beginning point.
Absolutely. And I know my time is running down, but
Time.
Madam Chair, if I may just...
You may proceed, Mr. President.
And I know I'm struggling with the UVI Medical School. I'll just be honest with you. I know we've been at this thing for, it feels like more than a decade that we've been dealing with it, dabbling here and there, trying to find the resources, trying to figure out if we'll be able to have a sustained medical school, or if we're setting ourselves up for challenges down the line. My thinking was that we ought to go in the direction of developing a school of allied health. That it would be, and I don't know anything, this is your wheelhouse, so you could back me up. It just seems to me to be something that's much more achievable, and the demand here in the territory is great. Yesterday, I remember the Human Services Commissioner and the CEO of the hospital on St. Croix, along with all of the challenges that we had, the talk and the discussions about some of the basic allied health services that we were lacking in a major way came up. And I was like, that's something that we can do, something that's achievable. We can be the school in the region that produces top-notch allied health professions, medical technologists, and and the like, right? I'm saying that is something that's achievable, that's doable, that the community would benefit from. I know if you radiology technicians, you have Virgin Islanders who can go into those professions and in a reasonable time be able to be employed in important positions. It doesn't require them to be in school for 10 years and paying good salaries while meeting some critical needs that we have in the territory. What are your thoughts about that? I know it's like we went all in with this medical school, and there may be some reluctance to back off. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm going to be 100 with you, because I know no other way. You are right. That might be a more achievable path. But I don't think going for the easier path is the route to go if we want to save lives, right? I think focusing only on an allied health program would be great. I think having more allied health providers would help improve quality of life. But I don't think anyone would argue that by themselves, or even nurses by themselves, can never be the deciders in preventing death, for example, right? So I don't think it's an either or. I think, honestly, we need a school of medicine in the territory. I can share many reasons why. I also do think we need more allied health, right? We need more physical therapists. We need more occupational therapists, speech language pathologists, all of those. We need more mid-level providers, more nurse practitioners, more physician assistants. We do need those. But I guarantee you that if you want to change the healthcare system in a country, in a territory, the only way that happens is through two things. What we do in prevention in terms of public health and what we do in medicine. And you can't have sort of interprofessional education and practice work well where nurses, doctors, social workers, pharmacists, physical therapists, therapists, respiratory therapists are working together without the physician as part of that training, right? I think in order to have that milieu where you create the best healthcare providers, the physician has to be in the mix. Whether it's an MD or a DO, just has to be. I think if you study, for a time I went with Robert Johnson Foundation to go study the Cuban healthcare system. And we can say whatever we want about Cuba, but when we look at the way that they produce doctors, they've been able to impact the world through doing that, through doing two things: valuing and prioritizing education, which I commend this legislature and this government for doing, and valuing and investing in medicine and the healthcare system. And I'm a nurse advocating for a medical school because I recognize the importance of it. And I recognize the importance of why my training was so rich, because I also trained with physicians. That's why, one of them. And I trained in an academic health center. And so without having an academic health center and that milieu, I promise you, we will continue to struggle. And for example, if you showed up at an emergency room with a heart attack or a stroke, allied healthcare providers and nurses are amazing. Remember, I'm a nurse, but neither of us can give you what you need to prevent you from dying on the spot. Yes, we can provide CPR, whatnot, but it's going to take having a physician as part of that team. And so I think that's how UVI can play a role in helping to reshape the healthcare system so that in 10 years from now, when I'm before you, testifying on the School of Medicine budget or whatever that is, and hopefully by then we'll be more financially sustainable, we'll be having a very different conversation, and our health outcomes, I guarantee you, will look different. Right now, if you look at our mortality rates from stroke right here in our territory, we have people dying of strokes that should not be dying. I'm sure many of you have family members, perhaps, unfortunately, that have suffered strokes or died that should not have died. I myself have experiences that I won't share, but that's a reality that we live in the Virgin Islands. And so that shouldn't be happening.
Thank you very much for your response. I actually had about 6 more questions, but I won't take advantage of the good chair. And at a separate time, I'll have an opportunity to talk to you a little more. Thank you very much for your response.
Well, you sure took it up in that extra 6 minutes. So thank you, Mr. President. Before I recognize the Secretary for his point of information, let me also recognize the presence of Vice Chair of the Health, Hospital, and Human Services Committee on St. Croix, Senator Fredericks. Welcome. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. George.
Yes, sir.
Recently, there have been some...
Through the chair.
Through the chair. Sorry about that. Through the chair to Dr. George. Recently, there have been some conversations or some talks about dismantling the district boards and just having one territorial board and calling it like a healthcare system terminology they have going on. What are your thoughts along that lines?
Without having seen exactly how the boards function and only knowing about historical information, I don't think that would be a bad idea, to be honest. I think, as I shared earlier, there could be some synergies in focusing across the district, across all of our islands. There could be some potential savings and negotiations that could happen. And I think that would allow an opportunity to do some level setting to some degree and to ensure that we achieve great outcomes at all of our care facilities, at both of our hospitals, so that they're both at levels that would be considered excellent. And so I wouldn't be opposed to that, and of course would be open to discussions regarding that recommendation.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Next up, we'll hear from our Finance Chair, Senator Novel E. Francis, Jr. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not a member of this committee, but I felt it important to at least stop in. And I'll tell you, Dr. George, welcome. There's no question about your qualification or suitability for this board. And I think that you're a breath of fresh air in terms of your real discussion that we're having today. I wanted to ask you whether or not you had an opportunity to listen in to the recent Health, Hospital, and Human Services Committee hearing.
I only read some summaries of it, sir.
I'll ask you to go back and take a look at that particular hearing because it left me sad and sickened in some instance. And the reason for that is that, healthcare continues to be troubling in this community. We have an aging community, and based on census report, we have almost 25% of our community that's the seniors, and the importance of us having a healthcare system that works well for us. We have all of the natural, and you spoke about the preventatives and preventables that we need to focus on, and we have all of the natural resources, unlike many places in the mainland and elsewhere that don't have that natural resources that help in terms of the healing process here in this community. But I think a lot of times we lack data, data-driven policies. And of course, as an author, I know that you can appreciate data, but we have a number of registries that we have tried to stand up here in this community: cancer, stroke, diabetes, and we still are not able to produce the type of information that we need on that. And I want to ask you, as you enter this board, is that, again, I only have 3 minutes, so I don't want to dominate the conversation. I certainly want to give you an opportunity, but I want you to really focus on that data-driven and also the registries and the need for us to be able to collect the data so that we can make informed policy decision. Certainly we're up against nationally where we see U.S. aid has been reduced or eliminated. We hear about Medicaid and Medicare that's being reduced and eliminated. And guess who suffers from those? The needy and the vulnerables. I wanted to approach you a little bit in terms of your discussion and your feeling. Have you been able to, I know that in your testimony you spoke about the mortality rate here and the mortality
30
risk.
seconds.
Have you been able to clean the mortality rate here in the Virgin Islands?
Your question to the end got interrupted by the comment that was just made. My apologies. Can you repeat the last part of your question about the mortality rate?
I was asking about the mortality rates in the Virgin Islands. Have you been able to glean? I know that you spoke about in your testimony about mortality risk. Have you been able to glean the rates?
So the data that I've been able to access was the epidemiological report from 2023 from the Department of Health, and I also saw the community assessment health profile. So the data that's contained, and that one is from 2020. So those are two publicly available reports. And some of what I mentioned in terms of mortality were from, as I said, cancer, homicides, injuries, and heart disease. So those are the top 4 causes of death. And so looking at our homicides and especially our unintentional injuries or motor vehicle accidents, that's something that, I know our community leaders are working on. And so that's claiming a lot of lives and reducing mortality, or increasing mortality rather, and reducing the lifespan or reducing the average life expectancy, since I think the average age for homicides are, when they do all the calculations, are around 38 or so. And so if we can do what you suggested earlier, is use data to leverage what we already have to be able to develop predictive models, for example. I know you mentioned we have registries, cancer registries and other registries, and I think those are great. But if we're not doing enough with the data, then that serves as a barrier. But even without having a registry, registries are important. But even using our electronic health records, you can use existing data within our healthcare records to develop predictive models. Many hospitals in the mainland, my team and I, for example, were able to analyze data from several hospitals in the Florida area to develop predictive models for what I talked about in my testimony, for mortality, ICU, stay, ventilator use, anything we decide we want to look at, we should be leveraging data. I know that the Department of Health, they have epidemiologists and data scientists. I don't think many hospitals have data scientists, so that's something we should look at. I know we're thinking of costs, but we could leverage, the expertise of the university as an example. We have a minor in data science. We also have a certificate in data science. We have data scientists on our faculty that would love to partner. And I know we are doing some of that to some extent, but I'm not sure that they have, access in ways that would be directed by this board or by the leaders of hospitals to develop models that would be of interest and would directly impact the decision-making and practices of our healthcare facilities so that we can improve outcomes in whatever area that we identify. So I think you're right on point. That we should be using data more robustly, leveraging machine learning and artificial intelligence to develop these predictive models to better understand where we are and understand what we need to do, what we need to change, and where we need to impact and implement different policies or strategies in order to ultimately change those outcomes, to increase the life expectancy, to improve the mortality rate, for example. So you're right on point.
Thank you very much. Again, my time has been called, but I think along the line of neurology as well, when we look at the level of dementia, Alzheimer's, and those other chronic diseases that we're seeing in this community, we have to focus in and analyze what's happening there. We've seen individuals getting younger and younger that suffering from these. We hear about medication that may be contributing to these type of chronic illnesses. So, I think that we have our work cut out for us, but we can't talk about reform without involving all of the spectrum of healthcare or private sectors, or urgent cares, and all of these entities coming together to truly start to see some inroads in terms of reform. So thank you again, and I wish you good luck. And I certainly want to utilize you as a sounding board as we move forward in this spectrum of healthcare and improving healthcare here for the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Finance Chair. And before I recognize the next speaker, I must let you know, Madam President, that you're being looked at from the nation's capital, and I just received a message to give you their well wishes. Some individuals you met with from the Virgin Islands Association in the DMV area last week or earlier this week.
Thank you.
So they're asked that I give you their best wishes. Next up, we'll go to Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the nominee. How are you, Dr. George?
Thank you, Senator Francis.
Good, good. I always get excited when individuals are being poised to be placed in positions that could help elevate or really help this territory when it comes to healthcare. Because you could have all the money in the world, if you are not healthy, it doesn't matter. Exactly. So this is a very poignant aspect of our community. I think it's so vital and important, and I'm glad when people like you are before us. As being a member of the board potentially, and how we see the world moving now, innovation and technology, artificial intelligence, I could go down a list. What are some of the ideas that you think could, from being a board member, that you could even potentially bring to help advance or move forward healthcare in this territory?
Yeah, great question. So you mentioned the role of AI, and I always say, regardless of our opinions of AI is here to stay. Of course, we want it to be, well governed, but I think in healthcare in particular, it's a powerful tool that we can use and we can leverage to, as I said, develop very robust predictive models for a number of health outcomes. For example, in an electronic health record, you have more than 5,000 variables, lots and lots of data. Okay. And of course, healthcare providers, we're well trained in physiology and pharmacology and all of that. However, our limited brains cannot compute fast enough 5,000
1 minute.
variables. However, we can direct and build robust models based on our years of experience, based on our data, based on our collective expertise to leverage and use AI to build very robust models that would take us years of learning to be able to even fathom a prediction.
Exactly.
So I think if we can leverage machine learning to be able to develop these predictive models, we can identify these top 5 or 10 factors out of these 5,000 variables that we should be focusing our attention on so that we, as a patient comes in the door, we have a sense of their risk for X, whether it's their risk for mortality, their risk for length of stay, their risk of going into intensive care, and all those have costs associated with it, as well as, of course, life years. So I think leveraging AI and machine learning, but also leveraging technology.
Okay.
I know that staying up with the pace of technology is important, and there are many healthcare facilities in the world, including in the U.S. and Singapore, that have embraced a lot of technological advances in their healthcare systems that have yielded very positive outcomes. And I'm not saying we have to do all, but really looking at what we're able to do and identify as a board and as a community what we think would be most impactful for our populace and our patients, and not, of course, shy away from that. Of course, there have been many advances in robotic surgery and a number of things in medication dispensation. So a whole lot of advances. So at least some of those we should be looking at.
Oh, well, I'm looking forward to hearing some of them. But quickly, could I just wrap up, Mr. Chair?
You may wrap up.
Thank you. I sometimes equate when you said artificial intelligence is here to stay to, what the calculator meant to humans at that time. You understand? So I get it. But what I want to say for my last question, based on what you know and all who you've worked with, what do you think currently needs to change in our healthcare system?
Loaded question. I mean, honestly, and it's a great question. I think a number of things. I always go back to public health. I think prevention is key, right? You know the old saying. And so I think the more things that we can prevent, the less burden we will have in our healthcare system.
Exactly.
And also, the more people we can help get insurance, whether it's through a government, assisted program, through Medicaid, or through other things, will also be less strain on the healthcare system. The more long-term care beds or facilities that we have, the less strain on our healthcare system, so less borders. So the more we look at our healthcare system holistically, we're better able to, in each of those areas, offer the best care. Like hospitals are meant to offer acute care for very urgent issues and not be meant for common things that many people across, not just here in the VI, but many people across the U.S. go for.
Exactly.
Headaches or ear infections or those kinds of things where they should be going to a primary care provider.
Okay.
But I think really focusing on physical activity, healthy eating, really taking ownership, each of us individually, for our own health is also part of it. So honestly, it requires having a culture of health.
Okay.
And so really changing our frame of thinking to more of what does it take to develop a culture of health in the Virgin Islands so that we can see better health outcomes and better, hospital services.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you for those responses. And, you definitely have my support for this nomination. And
Thank you very
hopefully we collectively can get you there so you could help this territory. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the additional time.
I thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. At this time, the chair would recognize the vice chair for his 3 minutes. Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, you're recognized. Kindly recognize media, Senator Giddens' mic.
Yes, I switched seats again. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Especially to the nominee before us. How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Congratulations, and thank you so much for accepting, I will call it an honor, to serve on our hospital board. And before the 3 minutes is done, let me just say, too, that you have my full support on this.
Thank you.
As you've been just vetted as well for the post in which you hold as the university's president. So we're only going through the role of doing this, right? Now, what are your thoughts on the government's plans of acquisition of the Seaview nursing home? Have you heard of this plan? In short, your short answer, what's your thoughts on this?
So I think my responses to one of the questions earlier is we do need more nursing home beds and rehabilitation centers. As you heard, I started my nursing career at Seaview Nursing Home, and I see the importance of that facility,
right.
Including providing care for people with Alzheimer's and dementia.
Let me ask it this way then. What are your thoughts on Queen Louise home here on St. Thomas and the Herbert Gregg home on St. Croix, which are both nursing homes? What are your thoughts of them being under an entity that has a clinical expertise, whereas I am of the belief that it should be under a healthcare system?
1 minute.
What are your thoughts on that?
I also did my nursing training at Herbert Gregg, so I'm familiar, and I used to work at Queen Louise Home on St. Croix. And so
For
Herbert Gregg,
children.
yes, Herbert Gregg in particular, of course, I should be under a healthcare entity or governing body because the care of our very vulnerable older adults, those are the vulnerablest of the vulnerablest.
Yes.
And often by the time someone is put in a nursing home, they need a lot of one-on-one care, if you will. So I think those entities should be governed well, and those outcomes should be kept accountable just the way that we keep our hospitals accountable, our clinics accountable, because we know the biggest risk for early mortality or facility-acquired infections typically tend to happen, and bed sores typically tend to happen in those kinds of facilities.
And I ask you this because, you're coming from that clinical side too, if I may.
Yes.
Wrap up.
You may proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I ask you this because I'm all of a sudden I'm getting a little pushback about putting these two nursing homes under a healthcare facility, whether it be the Department of Health or our hospitals. I truly think that it's time for us to have this conversation. It's just like our libraries. I think our libraries are just lost being under DPNR. So we have to, this is why we were placed here, for us to have these conversations, do our research, and bring these measures forward so that we can, with progress comes change. But I've realized that our people, we want progress, but we don't like change. At some point, we need to make sure that we address this. So I'll be having more conversations and bring you into the fold with that. I'll close out by asking you about the two things. Given your considerable duties as president, you'll be able to do this as well, right? You'll be able to juggle the two.
Absolutely.
Okay. The last thing, though, is we have major construction projects in the works for our healthcare facilities on all three islands, all of which seem to be progressing incredibly slowly. So do you have any ideas how we can move some of these projects forward more efficiently?
Well, honestly, first I would need to have a better sense of the factors that are contributing to the delays, whether it's the funding side, which perhaps not, whether it's under great project management, experienced project management skills.
Excellent, and you could stop right there, hence why you have my support. That's your answer. You got to get in, get your hands dirty to know exactly what's going on the inside, and then you could make your recommendation along with your other board members.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you so much, and I look forward to voting, moving your nomination today, voting for it today, and voting for it again before the full body. Again, thank you so much for your service and to your additional role. Congratulations. Thank you,
Senator Gittens.
Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. At this time, I will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick for his 3 minutes. Senator Frederick, you are recognized for your 3 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A pleasant good afternoon to my colleagues, testifier, and the listening and viewing audience. Thank you for this opportunity. Dr. George, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm excited about asking you a few questions because in my interaction with you, you've impressed me a lot, and I wanted to get your insight on these couple questions. First one being family medicine and UVI. What do you think the role of primary care should be at the university's attempt to have a school of medicine?
So, great question. As you know, the university has been on this journey for some time to try to get an LCME accredited medical school. And in that endeavor, what it would entail is, yes, family medicine, but also internal medicine and the other rotations that every medical student would go through. But I think at the end of it, having graduates that would have gone through this rigorous UVI School of Medicine curriculum would add positively to our workforce, as well as add positively to helping us create residency programs here at Roy Lester Schneider or Snyder Regional Medical Center, to be more precise, and it would be a partnership, of course, working closely with our hospitals on both islands to establish those residency programs with the goal of retaining those to be, full-time providers or physicians at our hospitals.
Thank you so much. As it relates to driving our healthcare future, clearly geriatric medicine is going to be key. With your healthcare experience and your authorship, where do you see us in terms of our product offering for elderly care? How do you see the hospitals really working towards getting that population taken care of? We're getting older, and we don't have a lot of products to service that group.
30 seconds.
You're right. And so I think what we've seen, not just across the world, but right here in the U.S., is an aging populace. Some states more than others, including the state that I just came from in terms of Florida, having the highest percentage of individuals over 75, for example. But right here in the territory, as was mentioned earlier, we do have a growing percentage of our residents who are 65 and older, for example. And so ensuring that we have, for example, nurses that have received that training on older adult health, as well as, once we're able to establish a medical school, also ensuring that we have, strong rotations in gerontology or older adult medicine, so that we're able to ensure that we have great geriatricians right here in the Virgin Islands. I think we have some, but we also, of course, need to have succession planning to ensure that as our population, our aging population numbers grow, we have providers to meet their needs, as well as facilities to help them live as long as they can independently. So even looking at independent living, as well as having, robust activities for them to engage in. We know we have senior centers and so on, but so that they can have the factors needed to help prevent some of the things such as, dementia and decline when those services aren't available. So ensuring that folks have, a holistic compilation of services, social services as well as those medical services and nursing services.
Madam Chair, if you would, I have one quick question.
You may
if I
proceed,
may.
Senator Frederick. You may proceed with your one closing
Thank you very
question.
much. Appreciate it. Dr. George, last but not least, but recently you signed an articulation agreement with the H. Leverty Stout Community College and the UVI School of Agriculture. Being the chair of economic development and agriculture, I'm excited about this to see how this alliance would help drive agriculture in the territory. What's your take?
We're also very excited about that partnership. As many of you are aware, I also serve as co-chair of the Local Food and Farm Council, and our primary goal is helping to move forward the Virgin Islands Agriculture Plan. I chair that with the Commissioner of Agriculture, Dr. Lewis Petersen. And of course, our council is also comprised of farmers and fishermen. That's the beauty of it. And we've made excellent strides. And our Dean of the School of Agriculture also sits on that board. So we do have a lot of work to do, but we have already done a lot and are committed to doing more to ensure that UVI is working closely with our local farmers, whether it's offering certification, some of them interested in degrees, not all of them, but how can we add value to what our farmers are already doing, and hearing from them directly, as well as our fishermen. And so we're happy with this partnership with H. Leverty Stout Community College and the BVI, where they'll be sending their students to us to complete their bachelor's degrees in one of 5 areas. So that in and of itself is progress in the right direction, but we do have to do more to go into the middle schools and high schools so we can stimulate more interest in agriculture. At UVI, we're lucky that we do have a lot of young men interested in agriculture and a lot of young women interested in agriculture, surprisingly, including agribusiness. So addressing the VIA Agriculture Plan through all of those lands, agribusiness and working through K through 12, 4-H, and Future Farmers of America and other programs to ensure that we're getting our young people educated on agriculture from a book or a theoretical perspective, but also giving them some hands-on experience. I myself was part of 4-H growing up, and so although I'm not a farmer, I know a little thing or two in the importance of fresh foods and vegetables. So hitting it from all of those angles, I think, is important, and in partnership.
Thank you very much, Dr. George. Madam Chair, appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Frederick. Madam Clerk, I've been running a really great run this time. Kindly place 3 minutes on the clock for me. I want to follow up with what the gentleman who just asked from Christiansted regarding farming. And it's always great that we say these buzzwords. We are what we eat. So in that line, I want to talk about preventative care, preventative medicine, because that plays a long and big role. We have in our community, and I am starting to dub the United States Virgin Islands as a place for only healthy people, because our healthcare system doesn't offer the robust level of specialized healthcare that we need for our aging population, those who suffer from acute medical issues and the like, and they have to fly off island, which is an additional cost for them and their families, and the supportive services, meaning their families are not there to go with them. So tell me what we're looking at. What are some of your thoughts regarding preventative medicine?
I think, as you alluded to, prevention is worth a pound of cure, and the focus on food as medicine as well. So we were tying that conversation in previously about agriculture and that importance. But I mentioned earlier that prevention is key. The more we're able to prevent some of these things, the better off our health outcomes will be individually as well as collectively as a territory, and really investing in, it's not always the top field that physicians, for example, choose in terms of primary care. We know the importance of primary care, but it's not the most lucrative specialty. And so what some places have had to look at are how do we incentivize? Some places are incentivizing, medical students or residents who choose primary care, for example, and HRSA, the Health Resources and Services Administration, has funding for primary care, whether it's more nurses focused on primary care, nurse practitioners focused on primary care, physicians focused on primary care, because most people, want to go to whether it's plastic surgery or neurology. We know we have a need here for psychiatry and behavioral health. So how do we really incentivize those areas of the greatest need? We know the Virgin Islands is a HRSA designated healthcare provider shortage area, or HPSA, as well as a dental healthcare service shortage area. And so because we know we have a shortage of providers, we also need to make it attractive for young people, including medical students, including residents, to be able to consider these specialties where there are shortages, and also consider the Virgin Islands as a place to train and eventually stay and work, so that we're not having as I talked about, the locum tenens who stay here for whatever the number of years, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, so that we're able to have a robust and strong workforce, focused also on areas such as primary care and preventive medicine, and always in partnership with the Department of Health and focused on public health. Because when we think of public health, when I think of medicine, when I think of nursing, those are specialties or fields that are individualized, to be honest. Public health is the only aspect of healthcare that looks at the entire population. And so that's the only aspect that can affect change across an entire population, where education, where screening, and when we look at our metrics as a Virgin Islands territory, we are behind in colorectal cancer screening, we are behind in mammography screening. So there's a lot of work to be done in the public health space. So they also need a lot of help, as well as the hospitals. But if we can do more in public health and prevention, we should see less burden of costs and complexity of care from the acute care, tertiary, hospital side.
Thank you so much for that. Are there any burning questions from my colleagues? Motion, Senator Avery Lewis. Sit down.
Madam Chair, I move that the nomination of Dr. Safiya George, Governor's nominee, Virgin Islands Government, Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation, the District Governing Board of St. Thomas St. John, be forwarded to the full body.
No, voted upon.
Voted upon favorably and be moved to the full body for further consideration and action.
I so move.
I so move.
Thank you, Senator Avery Lewis. The motion was properly seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittins. Properly moved by Senator Avery Lewis, seconded by Senator Kenneth Gittins, Senator Milton Potter, and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call on the motion to approve Dr. Safiya George to the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Facilities Corporation District Governing Board of St. Thomas and St. John.
Senator Carla Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Yea. Senator Bocas Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Clifford A. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Yes. Senator Lewis, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Dr. Safiya George, Governor's nominee to the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Facilities Corporation District Governing Board of St. Thomas St. John, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dr. George, on your nomination being passed. At this time, we will allow you a brief 60 seconds closing remarks.
Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Rules and Judiciary Committee. I thank you for your support. I look forward to serving on this very important board to serve the people of the Virgin Islands as well as our visitors to the Virgin Islands who would have need of our hospitals or healthcare facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so kindly, Dr. George, for those kind closing remarks, and thank you for being here. You are released from your testimony before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Colleagues, we're going to take a very short 2-minute break, and then we will have our last block for this afternoon. The committee stands in recess. And we are back on the record. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record the last item on today's agenda.
Block 3, 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Mr. Anthony Mardenborough, Jr., Governor's nominee, Board of Career and Technical Education, St. Croix. This ends the reading of Block 3 on the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Clerk. Good day, Mr. Mardenborough.
Good afternoon.
Great. At this time, we're going to swear you in as part of the process for the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Kindly stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm, under penalty of perjury, that the testimony you will give to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Thank you so kindly. Please be seated. Now, Mr. Mardenborough, I'm happy that your mic is working and you are present. We do apologize for the timing, because I know you were supposed to be here at 2 o'clock, but I'm hoping that you learned a lot today. Kindly proceed, Mr. Mardenborough, with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carla Joy Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, Senator Kenneth Gittins, Vice Chairperson, esteemed members of the committee, other senators present, legislative and central staff, media, and to the listening and viewing audience. My name is Anthony E. Mardenborough, Jr., and I am honored to appear before you today as Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s nominee for the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, representing the District of St. Croix. I would like to thank Governor Bryan for trusting me with this nomination, and I express my deepest and utmost gratitude to this committee for considering my nomination before you today. I'm excited about the profound opportunity and responsibility to contribute to the advancement and progression of career and technical education, CTE, in the Virgin Islands for not only our students, but our educators, business owners, and overall citizenry of the territory. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that this month is National Career and Technical Education Month, and I would like to thank all of the stakeholders, including parents, students, teachers, and others who help shape and define what CTE should and aspire to be in today's landscape. My background and career has been built on taking advantage of every opportunity afforded to me and creating my own with God's grace and guidance as I navigate life in His domain. My career spans several fields to include education, law, nonprofit management, and politics. My background in developing the career journey I have now actually began back in 2012 when I had the drive to start a community program to help my friends improve academically in school at the age of 9. My organization, the Community Centers for the Arts and Academics of the Virgin Islands, stands proud in making positive impacts on the children of St. Croix, as we've hosted 6 summer camps, 2 after-school programs, 1 summer camp's kickball competition, and 2 Christmas toy giveaways and book drives, fulfilling my passion of making a better Virgin Islands for all of us, especially the youth, our present and future. As I moved up in my academic journey, leaving Arthur Ridges Junior High School and now entering high school as a freshman, the 2017 hurricanes hit, and now I'm attending school with a split session for the rest of the school year. The circumstances that the Virgin Islands were placed in after Hurricane Maria was significant and detrimental. However, the opportunity to take advantage was open, and I decided to volunteer at Eulalie Rivera Elementary School as a teacher's assistant while completing over 200 hours in community service. The rest of my secondary education was built on the same principle, taking advantage of every opportunity presented before me. As in the 10th grade, I joined Jobs for America's Graduates and became the first person at the school to serve as president for 2 years, while being involved in student council and change and negotiate, and started my CTEC journey in the National Academy Foundation, also known as NAF. As I enrolled in the NAV Hospitality and Tourism program, it first intrigued my interest after participating in a CTEC fair at the Career and Technical Education Center in St. Croix. The career cluster represented how I felt about my home and the positive impact I want to make, and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made. While being enrolled, I learned basic and advanced skills in event planning, principles of tourism, management, business law, finance, accounting, leadership, teamwork, and hard work. This program also offered me the opportunity to intern at Manning Legal Services, which aligned with my career choice at the time, a lawyer or attorney. My internship journey in NAF wasn't easy as my senior year was hybrid due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Although this was the obstacle, I successfully completed the program and internship and graduated from the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center with a certification in hospitality and tourism on May 17, 2021, and 2 days later with my diploma from the St. Croix Educational Complex High School. As I decided to stay home and attend online college, 2 opportunities presented themselves in the months of September and October 2021. With September's opportunity being the profound honor to serve Virgin Islands youth as a councilman on the 2nd Legislative Youth Advisory Council, not only as a member, but as the youth chairperson, becoming the first male to do so. October's opportunity was seeing a job opening for an English and history teacher position that was posted on Facebook. I applied for the job, was interviewed, and became a secondary education teacher at St. Joseph Catholic High School from 2021 to 2023, teaching English, history, and social sciences. During my 2nd year teaching, I decided to switch universities of Southern New Hampshire and Arizona Global Campus and enroll into Grand Canyon University to pursue my current course of study, government with an emphasis on state and local policy. Then my 2nd year and journey at St. Joseph came to an end after the 2022-2023 school year, and I wanted to work in a new environment. So I applied to work at a new school and was hired to teach high school history and social sciences at the Free Will Baptist Christian School, where I have been for the past 2 school years in addition to pursuing my degree. These academic and real-world experiences have built my caliber as a young Virgin Islander whose desire is to make my home a better place for all of us. In this regard, the nomination before you was an opportunity I took advantage of last October at the Governor's Workforce Summit. I approached the Governor and asked him to consider me for one of the many boards in the territory that needs members. The Governor told me to email him, and the rest is history. When this opportunity presented itself, I immediately began preparing what my vision, mission, ideas, and goals for career and technical education would be, especially as I would be the youngest member and most recent graduate on the board once confirmed. My mission for career and technical education is creating spaces and opportunities for Virgin Islands youth to take advantage of and become the workforce of the Virgin Islands while providing the necessary resources to the educators who are instrumental in passing down the knowledge and training for the future of the territory, not Virginia's future. My vision for the Virgin Islands is to have academically savvy citizens along with technologically skilled citizens who can fulfill the mandate of keeping the Virgin Islands relevant, present, and respected in every conversation and aspect of the Caribbean, United States, and the world. Once confirmed, my target approach includes the following. 1, developing a task force and/or committee with primary stakeholders to include the Virgin Islands Departments of Education and Labor, the Virgin Islands Boards of Education and Career and Technical Education, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Workforce Development Board to design a footprint to ensure technical students receive the same funding and real-world opportunities in the Virgin Islands. 2, to work with the Virgin Islands Department of Education and Board of Education to look at the current electives and courses offered at our K-8 and junior high schools to evaluate how these courses can be considered prerequisites before the students enroll into the programs at the high school level. 3, this includes advocating for the Board of Education to ensure all public K-8 and junior high schools in the territory offer at least 3 to 4 ongoing CTE-typed courses to the students before high school. 4, to improve the website's accessibility and modernization. As an independent government entity that requires teachers to visit our platform and the types of clusters that we represent, our website must reflect that core ideology and value. This goal also matches the recently passed legislation, the IDEA Act, also known as Act 8857, which was sponsored by Senator Samuel Cameron in the 35th legislature. 5, to review the current structure of the board and the schools and how we can institute the FAIRS approach into the system. The FAIRS approach stands for Fair Opportunity, Alignment, Retention, Employment, and Sources. Fair opportunity includes prioritizing the pay of our instructors depending on the course and experience in the career field. For most of the technical careers, a certification, ongoing professional development, and years of experience should be required. The degree can be a bonus. Alignment includes looking at all current career and technical education courses offered in the territory and adding courses that aligns with the current needs of the community to include construction as recovery projects needs to be completed. This also includes creating our own government internship network where students can complete internships in the government relating to their fields of interest. Retention includes creating enticing benefits and agreements to assist with keeping instructors within the pool of educators. This also includes offering full ride scholarships to students and/or certified citizens in the workforce to obtain educational requirements and return to work for the government for 5 years as a part of the agreement. Employment includes designing requirements that match the current pool of certified citizens who make up the private sector workforce, while affording opportunities for students to become apprentices immediately after high school and become eligible to teach 5 years after a paid apprenticeship or real-world experience. This sector also includes creating a benefit campaign in partnership with the Virgin Islands Department of Education to encourage many in the United States to return home. Sources include providing oversight to ensure the proper resources for our students and educators are available at all schools teaching CTE courses. This also includes advocating and pushing the Virgin Islands Department of Education to give funding to the schools to get the necessary equipment to train our students with 21st century tools. 6, to work with the Department of Education and the Board of Education at the different institutions and analyze how we can introduce internships from the 11th grade for certain courses, as some courses are required to have at least an actual year of internship, not a school year. 7, to conduct regular visits of all public schools that provide career and technical education courses to ensure the proper resources, space, equipment that are provided to stimulate the best instruction and training for all courses. This also includes safety checks and monitoring of aging infrastructure to ensure the high priority of safety and well-being for our students and educators. 8, to work internally with the board to ensure teachers are regularly being certified and continue ongoing professional development to garner the best results for the youth and the territory. 9, to work and maintain a working relationship with the University of the Virgin Islands to discuss and create pathways for career and technical education in the university with certifications and degree offerings. 10, to maintain a working relationship with the governor and his team to ensure oversight over the proposed technical college mentioned in his 2025 State of the Territory address and to ensure that this project gets completed on time without major delays. 11, lastly, to make sure the Board of Career and Technical Education is being fiscally responsible and to advocate for more funding to carry out our mandates required by law and to make our C-Tech programs the best in the Caribbean and top 10 in the United States. In closing, I am deeply honored and humbled to be considered for this position. This nomination sends a message, commitment to advocacy and change, and that our youth deserve to have a seat at the table to make positive and ongoing change for the territory. They may not like your voice in advocating for the youth to have a seat at the table, but they must respect your passion. The future of the Virgin Islands depends on a skilled and competitive workforce, and I am eager to contribute my experience and passion to advancing CTE programs that will benefit our students, educators, businesses, and the greater community. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Hi, thank you so much, Mr. Anthony Mardenborough Jr., for that very thorough testimony. I see that you're very prepared as a young person, and I am excited about your prospects. Colleagues, we will have one round of 3 minutes. I will begin with Senator Angel Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez, kindly proceed with your line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues again. And good afternoon to Mr. Anthony Mardenborough Jr., the governor's nominee for the Board of Career and Technical Education for the St. Croix District. How are you doing, Mr. Mardenborough?
Good afternoon.
Okay, good to see you
I'm doing
before
well.
us today. I wanted to ask you, you mentioned maintaining a working relationship with the with the Virgin Islands, the University of the Virgin Islands, to create CTE pathways. I think that was a very important statement that you made in your testimony. Let me ask you, what types of certifications or degree programs do you envision? Because, you know, our current workforce demands, they vary in many different areas, especially now that we have an influx of a lot of capital projects here in the Virgin Islands, and unfortunately, we're not able to capitalize on them as best as we should because of the workforce board not being able to, for years now, offer, in my opinion, offer the types of certifications that would be, how should I put this, accepted by the federal government. So what sort of CTE pathways were you envisioning when you made that statement in your testimony?
Sure. One, definitely construction for sure. We have to get the projects completed, and so definitely creating a construction pathway, not only in our CTE schools, but of course at the University of the Virgin Islands, so that we could immediately get students certified and enter into the workforce so that they could be able to address some of the projects that we have that have been lasting for decades, if I'm being honest. So construction would be one. I know the nominee before me was for the Government Health and Hospitals Facilities Board, and nursing is another one that, you know, or even primary medical care is something that I'm looking at also. I know we offer it in our CTE programs, but expanding it so that those individuals can enter the industry and then continue attending the university for their additional educational requirements.
Okay, thank you. And one of the other interesting things that you mentioned is creating a government internship network.
30 seconds.
I like how that sounds. I think that, you know, we try to do that in our university. Once you are successful at attaining your degree, they usually have an internship program of sorts that try to place you in a position. But when you mention creating such a government internship network, what are you envisioning there?
So I'm envisioning students across the territory in CTE programs to be able to, they find the interest, they're in the program, for example, if it's tourism, I'm going to use that for example, and they're interested in getting more in the experience and being able to become certified at some point. They can go and work for the Virgin Islands Department of Tourism for however long the internship is and be able to gain that direct experience while helping to fill some of the vacancies that the government is going through. So I think one of the reasons why I even came up with the government internship network idea is so that, you know, we as a government, we could get what we need to get done, but at the same time, students are getting the real world experience, especially working with government that's a complex organization. So that's what I see. So I see a student going in the program, whatever career cluster they choose, and then after that, their teacher or the instructor works with whoever is a supervisor at that department and placing that student to work so that they could be able to get the real world experience in it.
Okay, I like how that sounds. And my time has been called, but before I finalize, you know, a public-private partnership is an important catalyst in career technical education, especially when you want to find those instructors. So on the chair's time, what are some of the things you plan to do in support of public-private partnerships to facilitate the need of career technical education instructors? Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Yes, so working with the board, once confirmed, that's definitely something that I am prepared to work with them on in terms of having those meetings, and then after those meetings, pushing for agreements to be signed so that our students could be able to have the opportunity to, yes, work internship in the government, but at the same time be able to internship in the private sector so that we could develop well-rounded students, because that is the ultimate goal. We want to have well-rounded students that can contribute to our workforce. So yes, I am supportive of public-private partnerships and making sure that we have those meetings to establish those partnerships, and then being able to create the agreements, create the programs, and then execute them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mardenborough, for that response. At this time, the chair would recognize the Vice Chair of the committee, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, for his 3 minutes. Kindly proceed, Senator Gittins, with your line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to all. Good afternoon to you, nominee. Mr. Mardenborough, how are you today?
I'm doing well.
Great. Thank you for your willingness to serve in the capacity in which you were nominated. Do you believe your experience as a member of the Legislative Council, helped you to Youth Council? Yes, Madam Chair. Youth Advisory Council. Do you believe that that this experience have helped you to prepare to assume for the role in which you were nominated for?
Thank you for the question, Senator Gittins. And yes, as I not only served as a member, but as the youth chairperson, being able to collaborate with my colleagues to get ideas, to get potential legislation. So yes, in terms of working with my colleagues, that has prepared me for this role. Also being a leader,
Right,
you know, the governor nominated me to serve.
I only have 3 minutes. Thank you for that.
Yes,
Thank you. Now,
yes.
your testimony referenced the creation of a government internship network to provide students with real-world experience. You discussed that on page 5. How do you envision this being structured?
So definitely the Department of Education, the board, and of course the Board of Career and Technical Education would definitely have to sit together and structure it. I know from my standpoint, what I would like to see is, of course, in the beginning of the school year, the students, we find their interests. Once we figure out their interests, most likely they're seniors. Once we find out their interests, they put it in a system, and then the departments are able to bring the students in so that they could be able to work. That's from my perspective, but once we have the discussions with the Department of Education and the Board of Education, we could be able to really fine-tune what that would really look like.
Great. And you know, as we're discussing this and you're being nominated to this board, I'm even disappointed with myself here. I wanted to try to, the CTE has a seminar going on, and I wanted to try to sneak away there, but I had to be here and didn't want to miss the vote. Now, how do you think we can better address the challenge of aligning the career and technical education programs with the evolving needs of the local job market?
I think one of the ways, Senator, is to introduce the courses that we know we need people to enter into the workforce, into the schools. I think that's one of the first things, being creative at introducing the courses and looking at the funding, which is something that, you know, CTE, we need funding. I looked at the previous budgets and the funding needs to increase. So looking at the funding that we have, creating the courses and then offering them. I think we know what the needs are. We just need to offer the courses to the students and make it interesting enough for the students to want to join the courses so that they could be able to help fulfill the workforce.
And lastly, how do you believe the board can better collaborate with the University of the Virgin Islands to create a clear pathway for students transitioning from the CTE programs into college, actual college coursework?
I think one of the ways that we can partner with, like I said, have a working relationship and then evaluate the courses we have at the CTEC programs in the schools and then try to align them with degree areas so that our students can see, for example, if a student does tourism, what can they align with? And the University of Virgin Islands actually has a degree in hospitality and tourism management. So something like that, designing the program to match with what the higher education of that would be like. That's how we could start in creating the pathways for that.
Thank you so much for your responses and continue to keep up the good work. This is what we need to see our young men doing and being part of making progress here in the territory. Thank you for your responses, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair, for those line of questioning. At this time, the Chair will recognize the President, the Honorable Milton E. Potter, for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Anthony Mardenborough, Jr. I'm going to say that I am just very impressed and very encouraged by your eloquence and your enthusiasm, for sure. I think the voice of the Gen Zs really has been missing in this community, and this is really an excellent opportunity for you to, get the perspective of the young people and showcase the talent and the skills that you seem to possess. I wanted to just start out by asking you, as the youngest, potentially the youngest board member and the most recent graduate for sure, how do you plan to navigate potential resistance from more established members while still bringing your fresh perspective?
Thank you for the question, Senator Potter. That's my life. That's from me graduating from high school, entering a world of education, working with some of my former teachers, and making my ground known, and being proud of the position I'm in. And I always try to tell people, I'm proud to be here. I deserve to be in the room. I've worked hard to get to this point. And so, by me even being nominated to serve here is a big deal. And I think it just is a testament of my hard work. So I think, of course, it's going to have the typical, you're young and you're new. But I think it's a good perspective. And sometimes you have to show individuals another side that they necessarily didn't consider, especially when we're working with youth and what this board is going to represent. So, but that's been my journey, and so I've learned how to respectfully state my opinions, how to get my point across, and how to be able to make sure that my colleagues know that I wasn't just chosen to be here, but I was chosen because I'm capable of serving and working with them.
I absolutely appreciate your response. You discussed in your testimony creating enticing benefits. I think that's the way you characterize it, to retain instructors.
Yeah.
And that has been a challenge for us.
30 seconds.
Could you share more specific ideas about what these benefits might include, particularly considering the territory's budgetary challenges?
Yes, I think just offering some additional bonuses. I think our CTE educators, most of them have their degrees, they have their certifications, they have the years of experience. So one of the ways to keep them is to give them additional bonuses for doing what they do. A lot of times they train students who go away into the United States making double or triple the amount that they make here. which is very discouraging. They're happy that their students are doing well, but it's very discouraging as them as an instructor who've poured, say, for example, 20 years teaching that specific thing and have not received bonuses or anything. So we could start there by offering bonuses.
Finally, thank you for your response, Mr. Mardenborough. You emphasized introducing CTE courses at a K through 8 level. I wanted to get a sense from you, if you could briefly elaborate on what specific courses you envision being appropriate for elementary school students, and how would you measure their effectiveness?
So with 6th grade, so I'll do like this, from 6th to 8th grade. So 6th grade, we could definitely have just some minor courses so that the students could see what piques their interest, like sewing. You could even look at introduction to culinary arts, just some minor introductory courses so that the students could kind of begin to choose what their interests are. And I strongly believe by middle school, most students know what they want to do in terms of CTE when they go to high school. And then, of course, 7th to 8th grade level, that's when they could really start to do the prerequisites. Like you begin to learn the principles of sewing or the rules and the guidelines. So when you reach the high school level, you have more time to focus on the craft rather than learning still the principles and the rules. So it's just making use of the students' time so that they could be able to get a full grasp of the course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mardenborough. I appreciate your eloquence. I appreciate your enthusiasm. You came here prepared. I was not sure what I would be getting, to be honest with you, with your presentation, but you represented yourself extremely well at the appropriate time. I plan to vote in the affirmative for your consideration, for your nomination to this post. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. The chair will now recognize the chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Mr. Anthony Mardenborough Jr.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Welcome, and again, I want to thank you for your willingness to serve, one, as well as to thank the governor for recognizing you and putting you forward. Continue to be very impressed with you. I think that you're a great youth mentor, and I wish you great success in the years ahead. I think that I've been able to watch you from your Crayville days.
Yes.
Come forward, and I've seen the growth. I've truly seen the growth, and I believe that you have a way to go in this community. So thank you for always taking the plunge.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Never saying, even though you try and you fall down, you get up and you keep going. So I appreciate that. How are you mentoring the next Anthony Mardenborough?
I have the pleasure of doing that every day as a teacher, and I really do enjoy my job. It's one of the most rewarding professions on earth. I think being able to impact the next generation and the opportunity I have to impact my fellow generation is always humbling. So yeah, just providing mentorship, working with students, with the males especially, mentoring them, giving them advice, teaching them core things that I had to learn is always good. Like patience, learning how to have patience and learning to take wisdom from people who've done it before you.
Where did we go wrong as a community? And I ask you that because I knew from the 3rd grade, after serving as a school patrol individual, lining up everybody to go to lunch back in the Alfred Andrews School, that I wanted to be a cop. And I pursued that career. Where did we go wrong in this community that individuals are not being able to recognize their worth and really pursuing that?
I think one of the things is giving taking away funding from educational programs. I don't believe in that. I think educational programs should receive funding to meet its potential. And then two, the lack of attention for youth. It's a real thing, especially now in the shoes of a teacher. I could see a student and I could just see their home from them walking in the building. And so the last of the village that real village where
30
members of the
seconds.
community hold a child accountable to do well and be successful, that's missing. And so people are not as, engaging or willing to mentor, because they might, if they say something and trying to encourage a child, the parent might take it the wrong way, and then they end up on VI consortium. So, that village is missing, and that's why a lot of times you see the young people trying to find love in the streets, but the streets doesn't love them the way they're supposed to be loved. And so
So let me ask you another question.
yes.
So in regards to, again, when we look at the skill set, you're talking
Yes.
about entering the career and technical school,
Yes.
and serving at that board. How do we reach the reality of being able to reach those individuals, those youngsters that, of course, we're looking at masons, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, aren't today considered sexy jobs? But there's so much need for those type of positions because, of course, there's a need for that in our rebuild here, where individuals don't see that as a means of getting their hands dirty and being able to get those jobs. How do we, again, be able to engage our youthful community that, in fact, these are the jobs that you need to undertake, so that, and they make real money. It's expensive. A plumber come to your house, you got to pay $75 even before they reach, just from a phone call. You know what I mean? So how do we encourage that?
By being creative. I think one of the problems we have across the government is that we're not creative enough. We're not being creative in engaging people and getting people interested into doing these jobs. And so one of the things is stop waiting until the second semester of 8th grade for a student to tell them about CTE. They need to be hearing about CTE from when they enter junior high school. As a matter of fact, they need to be hearing it year round, and having those individuals, the students from the high school level, come and share with the younger students. It's also motivating, and I think it gives the students a sense of, okay, I can do this too. And then bringing people from the workforce, from the private sector workforce, public sector workforce, to come in and also share, not only just talk, but share a live demonstration of what they do on a daily basis.
I submit that it should probably even be younger. I mean, I think in elementary school, you started to see that kind of movement. We had different things we were responsible for. But as my time ran out, I wanted to ask you about, because I think that also what would be an attraction is to be able to present entrepreneurship.
Yes.
What is your thought in terms of how do we reach our young people to see the availability of entrepreneurship, throughout this community?
Yes.
One moment, Mr. Mardenborough. Senator Francis, this is your wrap up, because your time was called a bit.
Oh, well, I didn't hear before, Madam Chair. I could definitely allow that.
I know, but if this could be your wrap up question, if you don't mind, or you had one more.
Thank you. No, I'm good with that. I mean, if you could just allow him to respond on that, I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so kindly.
Yes, so working in the CTE program with, of course, the business programs that are in CTE, and establishing those relationships, working with the EDA, working with the University of the Virgin Islands School of Business, and creating programs, even looking at junior achievement that is now starting to become something again in the territory, and creating programs and opportunities and events, even competitions, so students who want to enter to do business can have the opportunity to learn, get insight, and be able to start businesses. I would even push for us to develop a program maybe between the Department of Labor and the EDA, where we could start a young entrepreneurship program where students can apply, they could get some funding, and they can legally start their businesses, so that they could be able to not only learn the world of business, but also contribute to the economy. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Mardenborough, for that thorough answer. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for her 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifier. It's good to see you again.
Yes, it is. Good afternoon.
I had the fortune a few weeks ago doing a live Facebook interview with him, and I to say was very interesting. I was very impressed at the level of questioning. I was impressed at his engagement as a young person in our society, how serious he is about making not only a mark, but also trying to push Virgin Islands as a whole. So I do appreciate you for that. You were talking a little bit earlier about children, young people in school and getting educated and vocational. I personally was a part of the CTE program when I was in high school. And because I participated in that program, I was able to basically take care of myself shortly after I graduated. My parents died within a couple years. But because of the skills that I learned, I was able to go into the workforce and assist with making sure I was okay. So I see the benefits of it. So when we talked about earlier, when you touched on the balance between being in school, what do you think about having programs not only for where young people are taking courses, like for example, my niece is in the cosmetology course in high school right now. What do you think about young people taking courses, but also encompassing within those courses the business aspect of it, where they could learn about setting up the very businesses you were talking about, and almost by the time they're ready to graduate, it's almost ready for them to pick up their license. Because some of them want to just go straight into the workforce and be entrepreneurs. What are your thoughts on that?
That's excellent, and actually that's one of my goals on the Board of Career and Technical Education to develop more work readiness. As soon as a student graduates, they're comfortable enough to enter in the industry, and of course with them owning their own businesses, that's great. It teaches them independence, and it also, like I said earlier, allows them to enter into the economy and learn about how their business plays a role in that. And so that's something that I'm definitely going to bring to the board with my future colleagues to create policy to make sure that our schools incorporate some type of in business in every single CTEC course that we have, so that the students have the option to be able to start their business and grow. But in terms of making sure that the documentation is in place, that's something that we could work with DLCA and Lieutenant Governor's office to make sure.
Excellent. Could I just wrap up quickly, Madam Chair?
You may proceed.
Good. You took advantage of a lot of opportunities and made memorable experiences for yourself. Do you think that you would be who you are without these opportunities? And what do you think, with having these opportunities, you directly can bring to the board?
So I am always driven, so I know I would have accomplished some of these things at some point, but I just, one of the things that I ended up doing is just not waiting on people's timing and ended up doing what God wants me to do. And so a lot of people, might seem, okay, he's rushing to do things, but no, it's God telling me to do it because he I has the will and the intent to get it done. So he has me destined for greatness, and I gonna continue to do what he gives me the life and spirit to do. And like I said, just giving, just taking, like you said, you mentioned, taking advantage of every opportunity I have is something that I can bring to the board and even share with the board members, that sometimes we have to do things that we might not necessarily be comfortable doing, but we have to do it because we're moving forward, and we have to make sure that we are representative of moving forward and allowing the students to see that CTE is always ever changing. And so that's what I definitely see I could bring to the table. It's the opportunity and the involvement of taking risks and being responsible while doing so.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for the additional time, and you definitely have my support.
Thank you so kindly, Senator Francis Heiliger. At this time, the chair will call on Mr. Secretary, Senator Avery Lewis, for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Mr. Anthony Mardenborough, Jr.
Good afternoon.
Pleasant good afternoon to you, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for taking the charge and the challenge to wanting to participate and wanting to share your knowledge and your time with this community in such a prestigious role and an active role and an engaging role as a board member of the Career and Technical Education.
Thank you.
Great. I think, if my memory serves me correct, I met your grandma at the Art Fair, Miss Winnie.
Yes.
So I know you come from humble beginnings, and moving forward, I know you're going to carry that forward and make the family proud. Mr.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Secretary. Looks like we may be encountering some technical difficulties because we could no longer see the Lowett's conference room in St. Croix. We're going to take a short 2-minute break to get that technical issue addressed. We're going to take a 2-minute break. Thank you so much. The committee stands in recess for 2 minutes.
Very.
And the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Mr. Secretary, sorry for that interruption. We wanted to make sure we had everything rolling. You may resume your line of questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Mr. Mardenborough.
Yes.
Starting over. Real quick. I know you're in the community and you've been hearing all this talk about we have to rebuild the Virgin Islands. And we have about $23 billion to the tune of.
Yes.
And we have a lot of projects on the way in the territory. What's your plans or idea to ensure that career and technical education programs align with the demands of the local workforce during and after these projects?
Thank you for that question. One, making sure that we have the courses to match the projects. Like I said, construction is a main one. Making sure that construction is offered in all of the CTE schools in the territory so that the students can be able to enter and immediately begin helping with the projects, which I would hope the government internship network will come online at least for the next school year so that students can be able to learn the experience of construction and then enter working under a supervisor on one of these recovery projects to help get it done. That's what I'm about. It's about getting the project done. We've been dealing with these recovery projects for quite too long, and we have to begin to grow our own in being able to get them to enter into the industry. So
you do support the programs. One second, slow down. So you do support the idea of our young people being a part of these projects daily, learning internships and paid internships. What are your thoughts about that? Paid internships. I hear you.
Yes.
Okay, great. So what are your ideas for modernizing and expanding the CTE curriculum to better meet the needs of industries involved in rebuilding projects such as construction, technology, and logistics?
Thank you for that. One is to continue improving with the curriculum as a whole, getting the resources and the materials to be able to do that. One of the issues we have with CTE is that our students, especially in the technical side of it, is that they get trained with these older machines, which is a good thing. However, when they go to the States and they go to these competitions, you know, they're competing against students who are working with 21st century equipment. So, you know, we have to introduce the new materials and the new equipment as well. And I think it would be even better benefit if our students are trained with both older and newer equipment rather than just one and not the other. So that was one. And then two, like I said, looking at, you know, newer books that continue to come out for the career perspective, looking at the new books and having them and introducing them, and then making sure the laptops and the computers work so that our students can be able to do that high-level research in learning the industry and be able to get their certification the right.
I like that response. As a member of the CTA board, how will you work to strengthen the relationship between the education system and employees, ensuring that students graduate with the skills most in demand by employers in the territory's rapidly evolving economy?
Yes, so working with the state CTE director, she's actually an ex officio member of the board, so definitely working with her and getting the commissioner and all the other stakeholders to prioritize CTE. That's one of the ways that we can make sure our students are graduating and they're graduating with their certifications, and making sure that the schools have the resources at their disposal. So that's definitely something. I even reached out to the commissioner and her team. I'm still waiting for a response, but I reached out so that we could begin to establish a relationship to move CTE forward and make sure that we're on the same page about where we want it to go.
Thank you. And lastly, what is your approach to ensuring that
30 seconds.
CTE programs are inclusive and accessible to all students, including those with disabilities or from underserved communities?
Yes, so one, bringing the resources to them, and then two, including special education students in the enrollment process of these programs. They often get left out. It's like they go in a classroom and then they're just there for the entire time and they don't get to hear the same opportunities that general education students have. So bringing it to them as well.
Time.
And just making that we have additional supervision, especially if it's a technical course, so that the students can still benefit from the opportunity. I don't think the disabilities hinder them from entering the industry. It just takes more time for us to be able to work with them to get them into it.
Mr. Mardenborough Jr., I thank you for your responses. They were very on point and targeted. You have my full support, so you don't have no more problem out of me. If I could have called a motion, now you would have gotten it. But anyhow, good luck in the future, and have a wonderful afternoon.
You too.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Secretary. At this time, Madam Clerk, kindly place 3 minutes on the clock for me. Mr. Mardenborough, I want to say I had the deepest privilege and honor to have a wonderful discussion with you as my preliminary due diligence for any government or governor's nominee who is coming before this committee on Wednesday of this week. You were thorough, you were prepared, so I had every expectation to see that your discussion here and your representation here would also be of a high caliber. I am very impressed with your thoroughness of your responses, and I'm really grateful that you said yes to the governor to be a member of this very vital board that is geared towards building our workforce. So I'm very, very thankful about that. I want to ask you maybe just one question, and it relates to the number 5 bullet, where you talked about the FAIRS approach. I want to zero in specifically on the employment aspect. Because, as you know, when we are preparing for the workforce, we are preparing to enter into an employment. How do you see CTE forming relationships and developing partnerships with employers, or even for those persons who are engaged in the CTE program to become entrepreneurs in demand-driven industries?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. One of the things in regards to the employment part of the FAIR's approach is to definitely establish the relationships. So definitely having the board reaching out to Workforce Development Board, reaching out to the different businesses, establishing those relationships, and then being able to sign some agreements, because word of mouth could be anything. But once it's on paper, we have a responsibility to follow through with it. So getting agreements signed, typed, signed, and signed, so our students can be able to, participate in those partnerships. I would even take it a step further and not only just push internship, but even push employment after graduation, because these businesses would have the opportunity to see the students in action, and they could be able to bring them on board and, of course, give them more training and experience, and be able to even show them how to run a business, and then they could be able to begin their own at some point. So building those partnerships, having agreements signed, and then, of course, executing them is something that I definitely will be working with the board.
Very well, and I think that was a very articulate and on-point answer. We also, I think, need to be sure that when we place our young people in internship and apprenticeship, because those employers are investing their experience and their time to train the young people or older people in those fields, and so that they can definitely see the return of their investment by hiring them on a permanent basis, especially in the private sector. At this time, and thank you so much, Mr. Mardenborough, for your comments and your presentation today. Do I hear a motion? I hear a motion from Mr. Vice Chair. You're recognized, Mr. Vice Chair, Senator Kenneth Gittins, for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair and colleagues, it's my privilege and honor to move the nomination of Mr. Anthony E. Mardenborough, Jr. to serve on the Board of Career and Technical Education for the District of St. Croix, that we vote on his nomination favorably here in this committee and have it forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
The motion made by the Vice Chair has been properly moved, and it has been seconded by Senators Angel Bolquez Jr., Alma Francis Heiliger, Milton E. Potter, and Avery L. Lewis. Roll call on the nomination of Mr. Anthony Mardenborough, Jr.
Roll call.
Yeah. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Bolquez Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph? Senator Joseph, absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis?
Yeah.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Yes. Senator Potter, yay. Madam Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. The Governor's nominee of Mr. Anthony Mardenborough, Jr. to the Board of Career and Technical Education in St. Thomas has been favorably voted upon in the committee. St. Croix, let me repeat that, because I do want you in St. Thomas, actually. the governor's nominee to the Board of Career and Technical Education, St. Croix, has been favorably voted upon in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration and action. Ms. Mardenborough, I just want to thank you for being here today, and you are recognized for your 60 seconds closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the committee for favorably considering me for the Board of Career and Technical Education. I want to thank the people who are in the audience here on St. Croix for coming out and supporting me in this journey, and I look forward to hopefully being confirmed by the full body to serve on the board and begin the people's work. Thank you.
And thank you so kindly for those closing remarks. You are released from your testimony before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Colleagues, I want to thank all of you for participating in today's first inaugural meeting of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Specifically, I want to say great thank you to my Vice Chair, the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, as well as members, Senator Bolquez, Potter, Senator Potter, Mr. President, Senator Avery L. Lewis, as well as Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I would also like to extend my deepest thanks for those non-committee members who joined us today, which included Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Novell Francis Jr., as well as Senator Ray Fonseca and Senator Hubert L. Frederick. I also like to thank our outstanding central staff team, media, our stenographers, members of the Executive Director's Office, and my dynamic, loyal, upfront staff for their dedication and being able to put together this inaugural committee meeting. Colleagues and staff members and the listening audience, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing for Thursday, February 27th, 2025 is hereby adjourned.